최고.
Hey, hello, hello. Got a Greg on the desk. Okay, so, well, welcome back. Welcome back to me. Trying to figure out what were we doing? Music stopped. Music. DLC crashed. We're trying to get berry bush to spawn some berries, and then we're trying to get Raticate to eat one of those berries to heal, to get less fatigued. Also, hello, Teamworm. So last time we kind of had a problem. Hold on, I have Firefox visible and Greg is attacking me. Hi, Greg. You're a sweet cat. You're kind of a butt, but you're a sweet cat. Hi. Hello. Now I need... Oh, Greg. Okay, here we go. There's my desktop. All right, so what we're trying to do is we were... Oh my god, Greg. Thank you. Great. Okay. So last time we had done some changes to the bush. There's a berry bush, right? I guess I'll go back to 2D. So there's a berry bush, and this will be one of the many bushes that Raticate eats from if he's hungry, and if it happens to be nearby, right? He's gonna go after the nearest bush. But then the bush needs to be able to tell the world how many berries it has. So that way, Raticate can only eat a berry if there's a berry. The player can only loot a berry if there's a berry. So then we had the script for the bush, and I was trying to set up a global timer, with the idea being that like the bush and any other object in the world will have a chance to spawn an item every time this timer ticks down. So like it's going to be like every 5 seconds, there's a small chance that the berry bush will grow a new berry. And that will be the case for every berry bush. So every 5 seconds, not every bush will grow a new berry, but a few of them will. A few of them will roll a 20 on a d20 or whatever I decide the value should be. We'll have to just like tweak that as we go. For now, I'm going to just be setting it to 100% so that then we can test this. But then I was having a problem connecting the global timer. The timer was like instantiated in a script. There's currently a script we've been using that is auto-loaded. Apparently that's referred to as a singleton. I don't really understand that, but it's an auto-loaded script. So everything you know it will be loaded. Everyone has access to it, no matter what. Show you that big fat code. Whoa. Hey, Dirk. My code is tiny. Tiny code. Little tiny code. So for now, this script was just gonna have variables in it, but then I was thinking about adding the timer to it. That didn't go so well. I couldn't figure out how to do that. So I think what I want to do for now is we're gonna try to redo this. Things are not efficient. So what's supposed to happen right now is when this global timer times out, what is supposed to happen? Shit, we're supposed to like spawn a berry. It's this function. This function is supposed to happen whenever the timer times out. We are supposed to spawn a berry, which means we just add one to the berry value if the berry value is not at max, and then we were printing the berry value. But I think I want to change. I need to change this because this global timer is not working. So that I think what I'm gonna do is just have an object timer. Honey sandwiches. What, Dirk? You what now? I would like a honey sandwich. Can it have peanut butter? That sounds great. Okay, so I've made a backup. So we're gonna kill this timer. And let's just go back through this code. So what's supposed to happen when the bush is readied, that might be the bush loading into existence for the first time. That might be the bush loading after the player has left the area and it's been out of memory for a while. The player might come back to the area. And so we want to have some kind of berry value that the bush is going to use to set as its sprite. So when the player leaves and the bush scene, the scene that has the bush is unloaded, we need to take whatever the current berry value is and then write that value to this integer. We need to set that to the previous berry value. I don't know how to handle that yet. We'll figure that out. I don't know how to manage Godot like unloading assets, but what I'm assuming we'll do is we'll probably use the global script we have, and we will write, before anything is removed, we'll write all the important values into that global script. It's just thick honey that's soaking 2 pieces of bread. It leaks slightly onto the plate, so you can dip the crust. All right. I bet that's still pretty good. With hot milk. Ooh, I'm not a fan of hot milk. Put some coffee in that hot milk. Hell yeah. But just hot milk by itself, no way. Okay, so this is like valuable for later. I guess it's also valuable for now because we could just set an initial berry value to test it, but like mostly this is important for later. And then right now this is bad. This is a bad thing that I have done. Every frame I have been checking to see if the berry value has changed, and am then setting this. But hey, I left a note. I think it was Small Brain Ape was like, this seems like the perfect thing to use a setter and getter for. So that's like the main thing I want to figure out today. I don't know how to explain how my brain works, but like, first of all, not that well. Second of all, there are concepts that people can explain to me, and like the idea of it is like, oh, that makes so much sense. And then going to actually like you do that, like my brain just fucking can't. Like if somebody tries to tell you, like, if you're looking at a map upside down, like if the directions are to turn right, but you have the map upside down, like you need to turn left because it's flipped upside down. Like that's fucking simple. But like sometimes my brain just fucking won't. You buy 5 liters of milk from farmers on the market each week. It's 1.3 gallons, 1.32 gallons. Look, 5 liters. Honestly, gallons are the dumb number. We all know that. Liter is the like big brain smart number. So like, you know, I agree. It is a weird system. I would gladly get rid of it. If tomorrow everybody was like, we're gonna all work really hard to not talk in dumb systems like all the American systems, I would be so for it. I would pull out my phone every time I went to say like it's 100 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 8 gallons. Like I would pull out my phone and convert that shit. If everybody was in on it, if we were trying to change like packaging in stores and stuff. It's just inconsistent, nothing else. Yeah. I think it's both inconsistent and also like the scaling of things can be weird. Like the way that like inches to feet to meters, like I guess that maybe that just counts as inconsistent. I don't know. Whatever. It's the inferior system. We all know. The SI units are the better ones. Anyway, so speaking of inferior systems, this is a bad idea. Why? You shouldn't be checking every single frame for something when instead you could have the code. You could activate this change only when the number changes. And because the whole point of this code is like, oh, did the number of berries on me change? I need to look like I have a different number of berries on me. I just need to change my sprite. That is something that we should only do whenever the number of berries changes. And that is what a setter is for. Every time a value changes, every time a certain variable changes, you can run some code. So that's what we got to do. Back to the saloon. I like the idea of there being a coding saloon. That sounds fun. Okay, so what we need to do, the way I have this set up is currently I'm storing the number of berries that the bush has in this global script because it's something I want to remember. I want the player to be able to leave and come right back, and the number of berries is still the same. I also want the player to be able to leave, have the game like unload this area, but then we'll have some kind of like background simulation going on where like numbers will change a little bit. So the player might come back, there might be one more berry, there might be 2 fewer berries. The longer they've been gone, the bigger the change could be. It could be it loses a berry, then gains a berry, loses a berry, gains a berry. Overall, we're at the same point. But the point is to make it feel as though things may have changed while the player was gone. So currently this is being stored over here as a like global variable. But what I want to do, I think, is I need to make a variable that's local to this script that just matches that variable. Because then whenever this variable changes, whenever the number of berries on the bush changes, we need to change what the bush looks like. But I don't actually know how to do that. Like I guess I could just run the code in here in the global script, but that seems like not what I want to do. I feel like it makes sense to have your code running. The code that's going to change what your bush looks like should be like running in your bush script. Because in like 100 hours of dev time later, when I come to fix this or change it for some reason, let's say it needs to be changed or it broke, I need to fix it. I'm gonna look for it here. So then what do we do? I guess we have a variable that's like current berry value, and that's gonna be an integer. And then at the ready function, we're just gonna set that current berry. Oh my god, good joke, Dirk. I always thought that was pronounced like current or current. It kind of infuriates me how many words there are that are spelled differently than other words, but they just sound the same. Like I hate it. I can't fucking deal. Okay, so this bush appears. So what we want to do is we want that value, that object variable, bushberry. We want to set, no, hold on. We want to set current berry value equal to that. And as we ready, we're also setting the previous value equal to that. And I think that's okay. And so then in the future, from that moment on, whenever the current value does not match the previous value, then we have to change what the sprite looks like. But this is just setting up, making the sprite correct for the start. And so then now what we need to do is... Oh, actually, shit. Okay, honestly, with a setter and getter, I think we don't even need the previous value thing. Because the whole idea is... Yeah, okay. I'm trying By having a current value and a previous value and comparing them, I'm trying to kind of recreate the function of a setter. Because the whole point of a setter is like, did this value change? Did you do something to it? Then run this code. So I don't need the previous value. So then, yeah, I know you're going to be mad about that. I know that you're right to be mad. We'll fix it. Okay. So then when the bush is readied, we just need to make the object variable, or we need to make the current berry value equal to the berry value that's in the object variable script. Great. Then we need to make the sprite match that. 1 berry, 2 berry, 3 berries, whatever. Great. Okay, so then now this thing just needs to be like destroyed. We need to change this thing. We need to destroy it and then rebuild its functionality elsewhere. So I guess I'll just leave it in for now. And then I have Firefox open. So here is what you can do. I guess actually, is there just, I would like a nicely little written out thing. How to use set get, but that might be for Godot. Oh no, it is Godot 4. Okay. Because we put the code up with the variable. Okay. So yeah, I think we just put like set. Like we just put set up here. And then we can code a thing. I think we can put a function there. So then let's see if it gets mad at me about this. You're still mad about this. Why are you still unexpected indent? Do we have to export this variable for you to be okay with having a setter and a getter? Exporting just means we can fuck with it on the tool menu. I wouldn't think that would matter. Interesting. All right, hold on. All right, bro. Donuts. Oh boy. What a name. I just want to see what your set get functions look like, my guy. Syntax for set and get. Okay, I mean that's, yeah, that couldn't ask for a more well-defined section. Okay, Godot's still mad at him. Now it's not mad at him. It's only indented once. Interesting. God damn it, bro, what's your problem? It's 6-1 unexpected indent. You just don't want me to indent it? Wait, and that fixed the error for down here? No. Okay, wait, it did fix that error, but we're still... Unexpected identifier in class body. At 6-1. Damn it. God damn it, motherfucker. I watched videos. I swear this shit made sense to me. I knew I would have to, like, copy the syntax exactly. But my god. This is like, okay, so what do I want to do? Let's just like pretend that this is going to work and then figure out why it doesn't. So the specific thing that I want to do is just set every time that a value changes, every time the current berry value changes. Actually, I shouldn't even call it current berry value. Let's just fucking call it berry value. Maybe like berry amount? Whatever, we'll go with value, fine. Okay, so whenever that value changes, all that I want to do is this, but actually I don't even want to, now that I'm thinking about this, this is saying to set the sprite equal to the frame number that corresponds to the global script, but if we're going to be bringing this variable in and making a copy of it locally, then we don't even need to do that. We just need to set it equal to berry value. Like this whole thing. No, that does still need, yep, that's the linchpin. That makes this work. Okay. So first we're setting berry value. Oh my god, it's going to be impossible for me to say that clearly as many times as I need to. We're going to set berry value equal to that global value where the value is stored on the script off of this script. The script that never goes away stores the global berry value. Then we bring it in here locally. Then we set the sprite equal to that. Okay, great. So we can go ahead and get rid of this. The very berry value. And at some point I need to rename this bush to blueberry bush. Not like blueberry like the fruit, but it is a bush that it has berries and the berries are blue, so blue space berry. So this would be the blueberry value. Maybe I need a functional keyword. Honestly, I probably do. Having this be set up in a way. Oh, I thought you meant just for my own for my own understanding of and remembering of things. Maybe I need a functional keyword before set value. Yeah, maybe. I need to go look at other examples. Because I swear all that they do are like I swear all the examples are just like, yeah, you just like put this little set thing down here. You just put set and then value, and then whenever the value changes, some shit. But maybe I need a functional keyword before set value, not a functional. What? Set is a function. Yeah, yes, I know set is the function. It is the function that is supposed to run whenever this value changes. That is the extent of my understanding. Okay, like I swear this guy's example was pretty sweet and it was very short. This is the one where he's like talks about HP. Yeah, he has a cute little animation where he's like, maybe you want to update a UI whenever HP changes. Oh my god, function is the keyword like I haven't. Oh my god, yes, Dirg, you're right. Oh my god. Now, okay, so maybe that is the thing to do. Good point. Now I actually understand what you're saying. You were clear the whole time. I swear they don't do that. So yeah, let's now that we see that worked here. Now I don't have an error. Also, shit, on global timer timeout, I need to fix that because we don't have a global timer yet. But I will be linking a different timer. I have a timer that's an object now. Sorry you cannot use words right. Nah, I think in this case you were saying the right thing. I don't speak programming languages. And I'm still at the point where I'm making incredibly silly mistakes. So like the way that this is set up, they don't This person doesn't do that. They just put set. They don't define it as a function. And that is like the craziest thing. Like, why does that work for them? You don't need the function keyword. Yeah, so I had it. I didn't have it before. And then it gets fucking mad. It gets mad. And as far as I can tell, like, nothing else is different. I am exporting the variable, but that was just, I don't need to do that, and I was just trying to do that. Why are you mad about this? Unexpected identifier in class body. It's so interesting that it also fucks up the... Oh my god, I need a colon after the int. Fuck. So do I need a space as well? What's the fucking... No, I guess not. All right. Okay. Oh, it's still mad. And then indent the set, yeah, for sure. Okay, then that should... Great, cool, great. Now it's fucking fine. Okay. You need a cologne after the int. Oh my god. Okay, so then actually this would just be value. So whatever the new value is that we're bringing in, that is what we want to set the frame as. So if the new berry value is like 6, then that's... Well, okay, it couldn't be 6. It could be 1, 0, 1, 2, or 3. Then that's what we want to set the frame as. I don't really understand... the new value, the thing that we're passing in here, where do we get that? Like, I get for health, it would be like you're gonna have like a damage calculation somewhere else. And then for this example, he is making sure the value doesn't go below 0 or above 100. So I guess that would count for like healing spells too. Like if you were at 99 health and you drink a potion, you can just let the code try to put you at like 120, but then this solves that. It's like, no, you can't go above 100. So I guess I need to actually figure out the calculation that is going to change the berry value. So we'll come back to that. So the other situation down here is what needs to change because we now no longer have a timer that is connected. So then what I wanted to do was I made a global timer that is just an object, and it'll be running in the game manager. And I think this will be okay. The idea is that the game manager is the scene that's always loaded, and I'm currently learning how to swap scenes out from inside of that. So we'll always have, currently we have world, but like in place of that, we'll have areas that are loaded. Region 0, Region 1, Region 2. And depending on performance, I might keep multiple regions loaded at a time if the game can handle it and still run well on like not amazing systems. Like I would like this game to be like Stardew Valley. Like you can play Stardew Valley on like a fucking 20-year-old laptop at this point. Maybe not that old. Maybe definitely 10-year-old laptop, because I have a 10-year-old laptop and it runs just fine on that. So yeah, maybe a 20-year-old laptop. Anyway, so we will have this global timer as part of the game manager, just running all the time. And so then anything that I want to have happen over time, or have a chance of happening over time, we'll be looking back at this global timer. So then maybe the thing to do is you connect this global timer to the always loaded script, the auto loaded script. That might be the thing to do. For now, because we have one bush, we can just have it function on this thing's timeout, so we can just like connect it. I don't know if you can have a timer send a signal to many things. So if this is only able to send a single signal, that would really suck. That would really suck. But that might be the case. Timeout. When you time out, go ahead and... Oh, shit, right, okay, so I need to connect you. Ooh, but I can't connect you directly. Okay. I could just connect it. You'd connect it to the game manager script. Ooh. Okay, so I can't connect this thing directly because the bush is part of world. World doesn't have a script. The like actual level doesn't have a script. So we would know the game manager script is always running. So then what could we do? We could have the global timer on timeout. It sends a signal to the game manager script, and then the game manager script could send a signal to everything. That seems a bit roundabout. Let's try to figure that out. Okay. So you're gonna just send your little signal on timeout. And then what do we want to do with that? We just want to emit a signal. So then... Oh yeah, this almost feels like the same function as if I just gave the timer its own script. But I don't know. Okay, so then we need another signal. We could just call it global timer timeout. And then what are we sending? I guess we don't actually have to send anything with that signal, right? It's just a signal we send out when a thing happens. So anytime the signal's being sent, you know it was timed out. It's not like the toggle game paused signal, which has to send along with it if it's paused or not. Okay. And then... Shit, so what is the thing? It's just like... It is just emit signal. Alright. Alright. So we just want to emit you? And then that's it? We're not passing any information. Just sending that signal. Remember global timer, timeout is not a function. Shit, do I not? I need to, right, I have to put you in a different format. Right. You go like that? Okay. So now the script will emit this signal, and then we just need to like manually connect that. Which is a thing I've done before successfully, but can never seem to remember how to do. Oh shit, also, this is mostly relevant for Durg. I'm not gonna play Hollow Knight tomorrow. My arms are not happy playing intensive action games and doing physical therapy. So we're just gonna do more lore stuff. I'm gonna do more chill lore stuff. So tomorrow, Wednesday and Thursday are both gonna be lore things, and then Friday I'm gonna do more of this. I want to dev more, and I need to like not play fucking games while doing physical therapy because it's too much. So we're just gonna do more dev stuff, more lore stuff, and then once I'm out of physical therapy, then we'll figure out back to playing some games. Okay, so you emit that signal. Great. Now I need to figure out my berry bush. You need to be able to receive that signal. Jerk Lover liked that. Shit. Okay, so this is the thing that I need to run. When receiving that signal. So we're just gonna how to manually connect a signal in Godot 4. All right, I gotta be careful. Okay, so newer info within the last 2 years is typically Godot 4. Actually, within the last year, definitely Godot 4. If it's like 2 years ago, like maybe. Behind all the liking that, you're sorry for my hands not feeling good. You hope they get better. It's okay, Dirk. It does suck. I have no choice, right? Like this is my body. This is my life. I want to do stuff. It is fucking lame. I appreciate the empathy, my dude. Okay, this maybe. Well, okay, shit. That did say solved. So. It's from Area 2D, so connect from the script. Fuck. You can use a lambda function. Shit. I saw a lambda function mentioned in a video, and the video made it sound like it's an important thing I should know about. Make a note that I need to learn about that. Ooh, this might be... Connect a signal from an instantiated scene and receive it from a node higher up. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm trying to do. Oof. I've crawled through broken glass and scoured every thread that exists on the topic on this issue for hours for something that should, by all accounts, according to everyone, be simple. Dude, yeah. I feel you. Oh no, I think you'd be more successful in getting answers to your question if it wasn't rooted in this rude entitled way. If it wasn't worded in this rude entitled way. Oof. Oof. Oh, yeah, their second paragraph. Don't use Reddit flavored snark. Oh my god, dude. Just ask for help, man. Right-click the instant scene with the clapperboard, select editable children. This will give you access to the hierarchy where you could use the GUI to connect the signals. This is brute force simple, not ideal. Okay, what's the fucking smart thing to do, bro? This is fragile code and not ideal. God, yes, I know. Okay, I want the right way to do it. Fuck. Inside the node, you should get access to the first node. Yeah. Damn. Okay, another thing that might be on the right topic. Somebody just linked a different post. Signals are a nice way of handling events, but have the downside that the object receiving events needs to know about the object that sends the events. Okay, yes, that is where my problem is. This level of coupling is fine in many situations, but a truly decoupled system would often be even better. Oh, okay. At a high level, you make a script with a list of your signals in it, and then set that script to autoload. Okay, so that is something that I had thought about doing and seemed like maybe was overkill. But maybe that's the smart thing to do. So then the idea would be you give all of your scripts, you connect all your scripts to that global auto-loaded script. So then you can just grab any signal that's in there. But then you have to remember when you're following the chain of things that all of your signals feed through that thing. The script needs to extend node in order to auto-load, but otherwise doesn't need any functions, just a list of signals. Because the script isn't going to do anything on its own, rather it just acts as an intermediary between senders and receivers. Okay. Okay, so their example, they send a signal when the level's completed, they send a signal when the player's harmed, and then send the amount of damage that they would take along with it. The actual list depends on your game, can be expanded at will. That's how you create it. Now actually using it is very simple. Any other classes can call connect to subscribe or listen or receive or whatever you want to call it to that event. And anyone can call emit on the signal to publish or broadcast an event. Here's an example for the script that subscribes. Okay, so you don't have to like set anything special in like the variables or anything. You just use the address, since this person named this thing pub sub, and then the name of the signal, and then connects to it. And then they're saying, what is this doing? This is printing congratulations. It's running the function onComplete, which prints congratulations whenever the signal level completed is sent to this script. Okay. Whenever the player gets hurt, they print oof. That's cute. Okay. All right, suppose let's try this. So we want to make a new script. And what I think I can just like right click this and then make a new script, create new script. Okay. So then we're going to have one global script for object variables, and we'll have another global script. I don't know, global signals. And let's see, what's the syntax? It's like no caps and underscores. So, okay, so we'll call you global signals. And then you need to extend to node. Great, you do that. Okay, and so then we can go into project, we can go to project settings, and then there's an auto load section. And then we can I just drag you? Oh, it'd be so nice if I could just drag you. No, okay, we'll just choose you. You are in singletons and you are global signals. And you'll be added. Right. Things are added in a different. Oh, I hate that. So the name of the script is global underscore signals, no caps or anything. But then Godot automatically gives it a name as an auto-loaded parameter. It's global signals, like capital G, capital S, no spaces. Ugh. There is probably some very smart reason for that. Some reason you can't have it have the same name. But that's so annoying. Okay, so then what we would do is we want to send that signal here, not to the game manager. So can I just like disconnect you? Disconnect. There we go. Okay. So we're just going to not do this. And you don't need to send that signal. The thing that is going to send the signal is global signals. Okay. So then actually, how do I do that? Because if I want to connect you... Oh, why did you not... Yeah, just fully disconnect. No more connections. No connections. So if I want to connect you... If I do it through here, then the only option that I get are all of my currently active scenes. Is there a way... Like, I wish I could just choose the script on here. And I feel like there's got to be a fast way to do that. But maybe we can figure it out just from this person's example. So... Right, so I guess his example is in a weird order. So he's created these signals first, but they don't do anything. So fine, let's follow his order. He's gonna create the signal, then he's gonna have something send, like activate that signal, and something receive that signal. So okay, fine. So we don't need any other things in here. We just want, I had it copied. We want global timer timeout. Sure. Shit, also, how old is this? Is this from, like, not Godot 4? It's 9 months ago. Great. Okay. Wonderful. Okay, so that's the name of the signal we want to emit. We just want to send out global timer timeout. Great. Okay. So that's all we do here for now. Then... this is the thing that is subscribing to that, the thing that receives the signal. I guess we can set that up first. This seems like the backwards way to do it, but we can set that up. So then the berry bush needs to receive that signal. And so then this person in the ready function, they're saying that's where you connect them. And then you say like, hey, run this function when that signal's emitted. It seems weird to have that in the ready function, but I guess that's like you set up the connection with the signal one time. Okay. Okay, so then what we would do, shoot, and then actually let me give this thing a name. Shit, you had a name before. What were you? You're the thing that spawns berries. Spawn berries? We'll just call it the spawn berries function. You're still mad? What did I do? Expected indentation? It seems right. Seems like a single indentation is correct. Oh, also this needs to pass now. Great. That was the problem. All right. Oh my god. It's crazy how good people are with this. It's like, I don't know. Like, I guess some people can learn a language in like a week because they're fucking geniuses. Like, I cannot wrap my head around how to fucking communicate in Godot code speak. Okay, so now we have the function. So then what we need to do is go into the ready function and we want to connect. So yeah, let's do it. Let's do it down here. So what we want to do is we want to connect to our thing. So then the name of our thing is global signals. And then we want the name of the signal. So then the name of the signal was, it's just on timer timeout, global timer timeout, right? Right. Oh, let's see, does it autocomplete? Great, it does. Great. Okay. So then we connect to that. We put .connect. And then we put in here what we want to happen, which we want to run our spawn berries function. Okay. Cool. Great. So now we have from the middle to the end done. When the global signal sends this out, what we want to happen should happen. Let me just double check. Let's actually look at the spawn berries function. Okay, so we're currently still looking at the global value. We just want to look at the local value. We want to see if our berry value is equal to the max item count. And max item count is 3. So if there are 3 berries on it, then it's just like, I don't need to make a berry. Don't worry about it, bro. But if not, then we get a random number between 1 and 100. And then if the random number is less than the spawn value, currently the spawn value is 80. We could tweak that if we wanted to. If the random number is less than the spawn value, then a berry will be created. The number of berries will increase by 1. Now, currently, we're changing only the global value, but I think we should also change the local value. There is probably a smarter way to connect those things. But for now, the local value gets set to be the global value whenever this thing spawns. So as long as we change them together, they should be okay. And actually, no, I think a smarter thing to do Don't have them. Yeah, don't raise and lower them. There might be some problem where they get decoupled. Let's just specifically set the berry value equal to this value. Okay. Okay. I think that seems okay. And then we should just print the local value. The local value should be fine. Okay, so then essentially this 80 means there's an 80% chance to spawn a new berry. I'm just gonna set it to 100 for now, because I just want it to always happen. No, we'll leave it at 80. We'll leave it at 80 so sometimes it happens and we can print the value of the berries and see sometimes it changes, sometimes it doesn't. I think that's good to at least test. Like, I've never made a random number, so I don't actually know. Like, that was the code I was told would work. I don't fucking know. Okay. So now, again, the second half is done, and now we need to actually connect the timer to that thing, to the global, well, the global signal script. Okay. Okay, so an example for the script that publishes. Okay, so then the problem would be we would need the timer to have a script, which is probably possible. And then all that this is doing is telling... God, it's really that simple? You just tell it to emit that signal? God. It must just be that I'm, like, incredibly stupid, but, like, I swear whenever I find the answers to things, they're presented in a way that seems so simple. And then, like, I've moved through, I've already gone through like 6 different replies of answers that I just fucking can't brain. But then the answer is so simple when I finally find it that I'm like, how could somebody not just explain that simply and obviously? I don't know. Okay, so I think the easiest thing to do is going to be, I'm going to redo the stupid connection that I undid. We're going to have the global timer send its timeout function to the game manager. And then the game manager is going to relay that signal to the global signal. Okay, so it would just be... Go away. I just feel programming is really strange and obscure when it's literally not. Yeah. Yeah, oh my god, it's like... It's incredibly rigid, right? Like if I was going as a human being, I could ask you for like a soda in like 30 different ways, probably. And you would finally realize like, oh, this guy's asking me for a soda. Okay, yeah. Like I have a Coca-Cola or Sprite. Which one do you want? But like in programming is so like fucking rigid. Like maybe there's 2 ways to do something at most, but sometimes like there's one actual way to do it. No Teamworm. Oh, I love Diet Dr. Pepper, though. I fucking hate every diet soda, but Diet Dr. Pepper is great. Programming language is a set of tools and components, and everyone likes their pizza different. Sure. I guess it's just like, when I read some people's answers, I completely don't understand what they're saying. And I think it's because they're so deep into their knowledge that they don't understand or care to explain it to an idiot like me who just doesn't understand the fucking culture and the syntax and the the vocabulary. But then like people like this guy is just like, here's a really simple example and I'm gonna just explain it to you like a human being. You need baking soda. Dang. Okay. Well, so you know, at least you can, since we're humans, we can just talk like humans and figure that out, right? I feel like if I had that problem in coding, I would not know how to tell the code like, actually no, I just need baking soda. Okay, so we're just we connect to global signals, and then we just note the name of the signal, which hopefully it's okay. It should be okay that it is the same it's a similar name to the function. And then we're just like, hey, just emit that, dude. Just like emit that thing. Okay. And so then the only thing I'm not completely clear on, which I need an example for setters and getters, like this guy fucking explained everything. The thing in here, value. I need to go back and look at the example with the setter and getter. This is the new value for the berry value. So whatever the new berry value is, then we are taking that value and just like the value is going to be 3. So we're going to be like, hey, be on frame 3. And I think that will work. I think that will work. And then I also think I want to set this equal to, let's set it equal to 0 for now. Oh, actually, no, it doesn't matter what we set you as. It would be the global one, the fucking object variables. So let's set you to 0. And if this functions, which I think it might actually just work right now. What we want to see happen is the bush should appear with no berries, and then a few seconds later it'll get some berries. Separate from that, Raticate might go zipping around and doing some stuff. I'm fully expecting this to just crash though. Oh shit. Okay, so let's go check out our bush. Eradicate. Just okay, buddy. Okay, the bush did spawn a berry. It's hard to see. Shit, actually, dang it. That's something I keep forgetting to work on. I want the ability to zoom the camera in and out. And shift it like left and right and up and down like in Hollow Knight. I fucking love it. I love being able to it feels like I'm like peeking over the edge to see further. Okay, so every 5 seconds we have an 80% chance of getting another berry. So I just want to hang out here for a while and see if we get another berry. And then currently Eradicate is trying to eat from the bush, but I don't actually remember what situation we left him in. He's just getting hungrier. So that feels bad. Something's wrong with Eradicate. Huh, okay. So, and the berry bush is not spawning more things. Okay, so hold on. Can I just like Eradicate? Can I just turn you the fuck off? Like if I just like hide you, does that hide you like in the game? That would be fascinating. I would kind of think that would only hide him for editing purposes. It does actually hide him from the running game. He's still doing all of his bullshit, though. Okay. Can I still see him? Oh yeah, he's still right there. That's funny. Okay. All right, so the bush has a problem. The bush is not spawning more berries. So what's your fucking deal? Did I just not set the timer to restart? Let's go check that. So it would be in game. Mr. Global Timer, what's your deal? You do auto start and you are not one shot. One shot would mean you would just go once. Okay, so you will in fact restart. Great. We might have to start printing some things, which it's gonna be really annoying with Raticate. Can I just like, don't want to just delete him, but like I do, you know? Yeah, what is the easiest thing to do? Like, going in and manually telling him to not print these things anymore is a bad idea because we're still messing with his behavior tree. We're currently not doing behavior tree stuff because we are actually like we are, but we're not. We're doing something that will allow the behavior tree to function, although currently it does not actually involve the behavior tree. Oh, what should I do? I could go through and make all of these fucking comments? That seems annoying. Shit. All right, I'll just try printing and then hopefully I can see it. If not, restate that. We're gonna try printing the berry value, and if I can't see it in between all of Raticate's issues, then I'll go through and make him stop printing those things. Okay, so then I guess let's like review the code, make sure it should work as far as I understand. The behavioral cute. Oh my god, if you made a behavior tree for Boo, like from Mario, it'd be a behavioral tree. Cute. Man. Mario has such fun little silly characters along with it. Along with its world. Boo is such a great character. Such a cute idea for a little ghost that, like, when you look at it, he gets, like, scared and disappears. But then when you're not looking at him, he's all like, ha, I'm gonna eat you. So cute. Okay. So the max count is 3. You can have 3 fucking berries. There's an 80% chance to spawn them every... Global timer is 5 seconds. Every 5 seconds. And then when the bush is readied, you're going to set the berry value equal to object variables.bush. Can I just... Object variables... Oh my god, I can't speak. We're going to set it equal to object variables.bush _a _1 berries, which should be 0. Set that bitch to 0. Okay, great. And then can I like hop back with the back button? Oh, you can hop back with the back button. Oh my god. Oh my god. The fucking... The I don't know, the ergonomics? No, not the ergonomics. Shit. The workflow? The workflow efficiency. I don't know. There's some fucking term for doing a thing in the easiest way with like a shortcut instead of manually the long way. Anyway, okay, so... When you ready, the sprite is set. And actually, hold on, let's just test that. Fine, let's test that, right? I shouldn't just test this whole thing. We should test little pieces. So let me go back to object variables. Let's just set this to 3. And then when we run it, we should just see the fucking tree should have 3 berries on it. Like maybe the problem is the sprite isn't displaying correctly. Okay, it does not have 3 berries on it. Why don't you have 3 berries on you, bro? What's your problem? What's your problem? Where's your fucking berries, dude? You should have fucking 3 berries on you. What the fuck? Make sure the problem wasn't me not saving. That shouldn't be the problem. Okay, great. So then the problem might be something else. The code might function. The code we just wrote might function, but previous code might not. Okay, so let's go to the bush. Let's go to the bush scene. And my guy. Let's look at you under 2D. You do have a sprite sheet, do you not? You do. There it is. Okay. And it could have up to 3 little berries on it. Okay. And then to make sure, it's the fucking coordinates that should be changing. You start at 0, 0, and then if you raise X to 1, and then 2, and then 3. Okay, so like that, yes. And then that is the thing we should be changing, frame chords. So then let's go back to the Bush script. Mr. Bush. I'm setting the frame value, not frame chords. Oh, that might be the same thing. Okay, well, let's find out. Let's set that back to 0. Yes, it is. It is the same thing. Okay. So if you had like 2 rows, it's going to count from left to right, top to bottom. So like if we had another row down here, it would have 5, 6, 7, 8. And so then this number would be the easy way to change that, but you could also change it by coordinate. Maybe if you had a more complicated system, a sprite that had more forms that you wanted to think about changing on like a grid rather than it's an individual ID number, but fine. Okay, so we can change frame and that should fucking work. Go back down to 0. Okay. Okay. So why is that not working right? So when we ready this thing, we're setting the berry value equal to the global berry value. And then we are setting that sprite to have that frame. Why don't you work? Huh. I'm suspicious. I want to try this. What if we try using the global value? Like, it shouldn't be any different, but like, yeah, okay, it still doesn't update right. Why don't you update right? When you ready, your sprite should be set to that thing. Shit, also this... Yeah, okay, that looks correct. Okay, I thought I had spelled something wrong. And then I want to take out the underscore. I don't know why I hate having functions that start with the underscore. I get that it has a purpose. It just looks stupid. Fucking hate it. If I tried printing the berry value to see if it changed, good point. That's probably the best place to start. I was thinking about doing that to see whether it was increasing in value. Somehow didn't think to just do that right fucking here. All right. It's totally just going to be not right. And then I'll have to fucking follow this problem back even further. Okay, so annoyingly, still have Radicate's bullshit. Oh my god, Radicate. Ooh, it just like didn't even print. What the fuck? Huh. Is there some issue where like if I don't save this scene, right? If maybe, okay, I feel like this is a thing that's happened. If I don't save this scene, it's still just using the old version of the bush. Let's find out. I just specifically saved the world scene, which has the bush in it. Okay, so we just immediately close. Still didn't print a value. Okay. Fucking... Why are you being like that, Bush? You are the script attached to this bush. Yes? Yes. That bush is in the world scene, and that world scene is in the game manager. Guess I can also try saving the game manager. You know what? Let's just reload the whole fucking project. Why not do that? Damn, I just got a brief glimpse of my background that's currently on a Zelda picture by Orioto, and that reminds me that I haven't seen the new trailer for the new Zelda game that looks fucking cool. All right, let's see what happens. You think it's because I forgot the underscore? Damn, I thought the underscore specifically was just to let Godot know that that function might not do anything or something weird like that. That would be very frustrating if that's the fucking case. Let's find out. Okay, well now we get the fucking 0. It's probably what you said, Small Brain, not the fact that I reloaded the project. Shit, gotta blow my nose. One sec. Shit, totally forgot to take medication this morning. Okay, so at least now it prints. It's the same with process functions. They also need the underscore. Damn, I thought I understood the purpose of the underscore. Time to reread about it after the stream. Okay, so we're printing the value 0. That ain't right. That ain't fucking right. I thought logically these would just all go in order. So we should be setting the berry value equal to this variable, which is there we go. Hold control, click on it, which is in here. That value's a fucking 3. So it should be, berry value should be set to 3. Then we should be setting the sprite to frame 3. To make sure this works, let's just set the sprite to frame 3. Just little tiny experiments. Okay, look at that. It might be hard to see. There are in fact 3 berries on that bush. Great. So this line of code, the setting the sprite frame works the way that I think, but then there's still a problem with setting the berry value. Is the code not being executed in like line order from top to bottom? So every 5 seconds I am also printing the berry value. If we add a berry on. So you know what? Let's make it 100% chance. And then let's just let it run, and I'll have to find the 0. All right, let's let 5 seconds pass. Okay, well, I just saw it in there for a moment. Okay, so it's not changing the value. So I'm doing something incredibly boneheaded and the value is not changing for some reason. Are they not both like integers? Are they not like compatible values to be set equal to each other? Object variables, they're both integers. What the fuck? What's your problem? Huh. Shit like this makes me question everything I think I know. Pretty sure one equal sign means set this thing on the left to that thing. Like up here, I'm setting this variable equal to 100. Put it back on 80. No, let's leave it on 100 just in case I need to test more of this bullshit. Vary value is equal to that object variable's value. You know what? Let's print that value too, motherfucker. Okay, let's go look at the top. That is so crazy. I'm telling the code, I'm telling Godot, set this value equal to this other value. Then go ahead and print both of those values. And it's like, okay, boss. And then it prints two different values. But like my brother in Christ, I told you, they need to be the same. Interesting. This is indeed a mystery, bro. I guess I'm glad you don't understand it. Well, okay. I'm on one hand, I'm glad because then it means I'm not like 10 out of 10 as stupid as I possibly feel right now. But also, like, this makes no sense. Does choked on a tiny bubble of kombucha. Does a ready function like not like does it just do everything at once somehow? Like I don't even understand how a computer would do that. Look at your name. Okay, yeah, good point. Good point. What? Okay, like last stream when I couldn't figure out how to like connect timers, how to connect a timer that I made in a script. Like, fine. That's a thing I've never done before. This is insane. This is fucking crazy. Okay, just for shits and giggles, I'm gonna also put this in the fucking physics process. Not that we don't need to connect the signal. Fucking. Now it'll happen every frame. Now it's gonna set Barry value equal to that other value every frame. It's still not doing it. It just doesn't. It just fucking, it won't, and it won't tell me that there's something wrong. The values just keep being different. So there's just like, there's something logically fundamentally wrong. Could I remove the onReady from the variable and object variables? Probably doesn't matter though. Interesting idea. Let's see what happens. And close it. Still different. Still different. Am I misunderstanding? Like, is the set function some kind of problem? Oh, shit. Yeah, sorry. Here, we don't need that anymore. And now you can be happy, and let's stop that, and let's rerun it. Like, as far as I understand, the set function just runs whenever a value is changed, whenever the variable it's attached to changes. Okay, it's the problem. Because now this works. So, this is doing something stupid. I had thought the idea was whenever the value gets changed, take that value and use it right here. Clearly not the case. This keeps it at 0. Without this, it fucking works. Do Barry underscore value equals value? Where? Like oh, okay, wait. Like inside of it, in the function. Okay. Okay, if that's the case, that's very cool because then you are like... Right, actually, holy shit. Do I still have that window open? That would make so much more sense with this. It's like he's protecting... And okay. The only way that this would work, the whole point of this code that this guy wrote, is he's saying like, I'm making sure that my character's health value is always between 0 and 100. So whenever something tries to change health, I make sure that the way that it's changed using that value is I make sure it's between 0 and 100 before I let health change. Okay. Fuck, that makes so much sense. Small brain, if you're right, you need to change your name, bro. Move up to like medium brained ape. Nope, still not working. Shit. All right. Okay. Okay, so but now I forgot equals val. Oh my God, bro. All right. Now look, I'm not getting great sleep. Our cats like to complain in the middle of the night lately. But that was ridiculous. Okay, now it works. All right. I'll change my name to Small Brain Subparsef, and Small Brain Ape can change his name to Medium Brain Ape. Okay, great. It fucking works. Cool. Now what? Now we want to test. Do an 80% spawn chance, and let's set, we want it to start at 0. Just for a little testy-do. We're going to start with 0 burries. Okay. You evolved, indeed. Okay, so we have no berries. When 5 seconds passes, 80% chance we now have 1 berry. Oh, I need a fun sound effect for the berry spawning. Maybe something silly, like a little noise or something? I don't know. Be cute. Can we get a second berry? Okay, so now we're still kind of having that same weird problem as before. No second berry will spawn. Okay, so I feel like I'm probably just doing something stupid. Yeah, the number just keeps being 1. Ooh, where I set the frame, it should be berry value, not value. And shit. Okay, so what's happening is we're adding 1 to the global value in the global script, and then we're setting the berry value equal to the new global script value. And then that value that comes in, first it'll be 0, then, well, no, first it'll be 1, then 2, then 3. And then we're saying, like, just set the berry value equal to that. And then set the frame equal to the new berry value amount. Okay. But here we're still printing the berry value, so the amount should still be... Well, yeah, okay, so small brain, that's what I was thinking at first, but because of the way I'm altering this thing, I think like maybe that's not how I should do it. Because I think the right thing to do is what I'm doing here, where I'm actually increasing the global value elsewhere, so that if at any moment if the player leaves or whatever, the global value is like always correct. And then when the bush goes to be readied again, it will load that global value in and start with that many berries. And so what we're doing is we're incrementing the global value, then we're setting the local value of berries equal to that global value. And so then for the set function, whenever we try to change the berry value, the like actual value that's being like passed into it should just be the correct number, right? You get it now? Okay, so hopefully, yeah, what I'm saying, I hope makes sense, that it's like we're doing the math on a separate thing, and then we're just like setting this equal to that separate thing. But I guess, okay, let me try running it now that I changed this, but I think either way, value or berry value should, at this moment, after this line of code, they should be the same. But clearly there's weirdness with setter functions that I'm not getting. Also, it's crazy we can get the 1 berry just fine. Like, I would think if this code didn't work, it would just either not work at all, or it would completely work. What is this weirdness where it can go from 0 berries to 1 berry? Okay, so it just tried to print it again. Where was it? God, I gotta delete these. Okay, maybe not. It is not printing the berry value again. What the fuck, bro? Scandalous. Okay. Huh. God, Eradicate. I would really like to just like turn you off for a second. Okay, if I stop a timer, we could just not have this timer start. And then What is it the needs check? Okay, if we just turn this into a comment, then I think Raticate will be no longer trying to do all the shit he's trying to do. Okay, let me try that. Great. Okay, so Raticate is not constantly printing his little spam messages anymore. I've stopped him at the source. Perfect. Okay. So now I can go back to being confused and maybe get more helpful information. Okay, so the problem is I'm doing something stupid. Like, absolutely. That's always the fucking problem. I'm doing something dumb I don't understand. What is wrong with this fucking function? How about just like, just print value for me? And then I'll just hang out. Damn, I doubled the size of this preview window. It's just big enough to not see the top of the debug zone. Okay, so now you've printed one. Good job. Now that was a small brain. That's a different timer. That's the timer for Raticate. And Raticate's needs and stuff. Never mind, that's all good, dude. Okay. Now it fucking works? I swear I didn't change anything. I didn't fucking... I added print value. And before, Small Brain suggested I changed this to berry value. But I ran it like that. Okay, we're gonna run it without printing because it should still just fucking work. And then in 15 seconds, it's very likely we will have all of our berries, but it's not guaranteed. Okay, we got one. We got two. Come on, 80% chance, buddy. 3. Okay, there's 3. Wow, that took a while. My God. Okay. So now it works. And now hopefully I can use this format to understand setters. Okay. It's taken me like 2 hours, but I have now successfully connected a global timer. Run it without printing at all. Well, okay. But the printing is my crutch, Dirg. Congratulations. Thanks, Pooski. And then I was also printing here. My God, I was printing in 3 different places. All right, just for Dirg, we're gonna run it with no printed values. Just get this up here. Shit, I still printed a 0. Fuck. Oh, because the object variables one. Okay. All right. Fuck, I was actually printing in 4 places. All right. There we go. Nothing printed. 1 berry. 2 berries. 3 berries. Oh, Dirk, you didn't want that. You just have a long delay. God, you must really have a long delay, bro. Dirk, come live in California. I could just comment it. That's a good point. And also, I don't like, now that it works, I don't think I need to print this anymore. Because all I'm going to do with this from now on is like I'm gonna tweak the odds of them spawning. Okay, fuck. I have a list of things. I rewrote the order of things that I need to do. Okay. So the bush has a berry variable. And now the thing that we need to figure out is Raticate wants to go eat, but he should only be able to eat if there's a berry. So you have 5 the page to get it shorter. Yeah, there's only that only works for to a certain extent, right? Okay, so we need Raticate back. Let's unhide him from the world. And what do we want to do? We want Raticate to get hungry. He's going to come over to the bush, and then he needs to have like a conversation with the bush. He needs to be like, Bush, you got berries? And the bush has got to be like, yeah, I do. Or no, I don't. So I think what we want to do then for the global variable, the global object variable situation, let's just start with 3 berries. And then let's set the odds of a new berry spawning to 0. And so what I want Raticate to do is he's going to just eat through all the berries. Once this works, which currently it doesn't. Currently Raticate just goes and stands next to the bush and he magically gets less hungry. We also need to restart his timer. And might as well reprint. Go back to printing out all of the all of his needs and wants and things. And then we should also check to make sure, let's check your script, Raticate, that you're just getting hungrier. Yes, he just gets hungrier every so many seconds. Okay. So what has to actually happen? Raticate, wait, you're not visible still? Sir, I told you you're visible again. Hold on, he's a child of world. Wait, you're visible here? But you're not visible here. Now you are. Okay, I just had to save. I had to save the child scene. Okay. I hope your cat vibrates when you pet him. Now, this might surprise you, Durg, but they all do that. Oh, some of them might not. That's really sad to imagine a cat that doesn't purr. Fucking Greg vibrates when she's biting me. She's such a fucking ass. We're all children of the world. Oh, deep. Make sure you save your child scene or you won't be visible in the world. That probably, you can maybe you can extend that. Make that into something meaningful. So Raticate's gonna go to the bush. Currently, he just gets less hungry. So let's go look at that. No. We stay over here. We go into script. So we got to go look at... actually, I want to look at Raticate because this is the easiest way to jump through all these scripts. Okay, so... it's specifically the eat action that's going to be the problem. And actually, before I do this, let me just run it and make sure that he, like, fucking functions right now. Maybe I did something stupid. All right. So now he's off. He's running. Okay, he'll go right to the bush, and it is subtracting his hunger off. Oh. Wait, he failed like really early. Hold on. No, that's not. Nope. Go back. Go back. Hold on. So your hunger should be lowering, bro. Ooh, Raticate's doing some weird shit. Child scene problems may hinder adult life, yeah. Bro, I know that feel. Okay, hold on. I gotta cut him off early so I don't have to scroll up through a bunch of stuff. Okay, so he still has the weird navigation tweak error thing where he thinks he has to go down there. And then he's getting less hungry. And then something happens. He should... This should just keep going. Why did this break? Why did we hit success 2? Right there. You should go all the way down to 0 hunger. Actually, he should get to 10 or less. Depending on the number he went in with, he subtracts 10 every so many seconds. Okay, so success 2. Like, what the fuck, bro? Damn, that'd be really cool if I could, like, control click a line and it would take me to the line of code that told that printed it. Okay, so it's definitely, oh, it just probably is right here. It is the eat action. So I'm already fucking here. Okay. So I had already started tweaking it to have some kind of reference to the bush berries. Oh shit, yeah, I had, oh my god. I like already did this. Oh my god. Okay. That's why it stops at 30. He's got no fucking food left. He eats all the berries. It's already set up to be like, if there's a berry, then he can eat and he can get 10 hunger taken off. Okay, cool. So that's why it stops at 30. Let's test it. Okay, yeah, this is a good lesson for in the future when I need to tweak values. So what we want to do is we want to change the max berry count. Let's make it 10. And then let's make the bush start with 10 berries. And let's watch Raticate eat all of them. So now he should be able to satiate his hunger one time, and then some time is going to pass, and he's going to get hungry again, and he's not quite going to be able to get rid of all of it. Oh my god, so many numbers. I need to fucking cut down the numbers being printed. Okay, yep. Great, you know, last stream I felt like I didn't do anything. I guess I did this. I forgot I did this. Okay, so now he's getting hungrier. His middle number, the hunger is increasing. You've overdone the padding. Did your cat attack you? My cats attack me when they're done. Actually, Mojito, the oldest cat, just walks away. Okay, so... Shit, I ended it early. Shit. Okay, but you know what? No, it's fine. This was a good enough experiment. It does actually work. So we're going to set the max back to 3. Oh, and will we get an... Shit, I didn't even actually think about this. We don't get an error if we try to set the frame value to 10, but there isn't a 10th frame. It just doesn't have a problem with it. That's nice. Cool. Okay. Shit. Okay, so let's go back to spawning berries 80% of the time. I want those to be defaults. Cool. You got scratched, bitten, and hissed at. Holy shit. Don't overcharge the static electricity on your cats. Oh my god. Hopefully you weren't actually shocking your cat. I have definitely pet Thomas, who has pretty long hair, and got like static cling, and then he's like sniffed my fingers with his nose and gotten shocked from it. That cat doesn't give a fuck about anything though. Okay. So so we've already figured this out. The Raticate can lower the number of berries. Which I actually don't even like. Raticate, how do you do that? How are you doing that? There we go. Just object variables, bush underscore a underscore 1. That's our bush. It's just subtracting 1. Okay. You don't know why, but your manager is always static charged. Okay, wait, is that like a social metaphor or like literally? Okay, this is like literal. You guys both wear Vans. You never are. But so often when he grabs something or hands you something, hands something off to you, you get zapped. Interesting. Clothing differences? Hair? Yeah, maybe they have like some weird thing that they do. Like, oh yeah, to relieve stress, I take my shoes off and I like slide my feet along the carpet. That's fucking weird, man. Okay, so like I just fucking like it did all this is done. Okay. Cool. Cool. You're both chronic leg shakers. Oh my god, I do that shit. When I'm like really focused on something, I just like twitch my fucking legs so bad. Dude, I'm doing it right now. Just thinking about it makes me want to do it. Ooh, it feels good. It looks weird in the camera. I look like I'm like shaking a tiny bit, which like I am because I'm rocking my leg madly. Hey, Greg. Doing your little Superman pause. Very cute. Okay. So now I want to like spawn multiple bushes. And then we've got to start thinking about like a simple way to have Raticate choose which bush he's going to go to. So first let's spawn multiple bushes and see what happens. Because something I don't understand is like every new bush I spawn, I need a new variable here to keep track of its berries, to keep track of its berry count. And I know I can manually do that. Acrylic plus wool is a good way to get static electricity going. Yeah, acrylic for sure. Synthetic, specifically like those kinds of synthetic things. And yeah, wool too, definitely. You push your legs under pressure to focus. Interesting. Interesting. I just shake mine. Okay, so let's kind of talk this through. So I was thinking about like how much of this world do I need to be simulated to really feel alive? And I came to the conclusion that I'm kind of okay with bushes like being a static thing, like they're always in the same spot, and then maybe like okay, actually, what's a better way to describe this? Like there's some bushes the player can't get rid of. Some bushes are always in the same spot. Some bushes are just like in Pokemon, you can't just go destroy like every tree. The trees are just there. And so I'm okay with that as an idea of having some objects that you can destroy, but like most of the bushes, most of the trees, you can't really fuck with. And so if that's the case, then I can manually handle this, which is I think what I'm gonna do right now. But I want to make a note because I want to figure out how to do this. I want to be able to like spawn random objects and then give them unique variables. right? Like they each if I could achieve it, what I would like is a lot of the world stays the same. So the player can always rely on going to a certain spot to get some pears from the pear tree or get some blueberries. But a few trees or a few bushes can kind of be randomly spawned throughout the area. So that then the area feels kind of like alive, like it's changed since you've last been there. Between games, if you start a new file, an area might be not drastically different, but it's just a few little differences. And then that would influence like combat in the game. And I want that to be a thing. But I think the game could function without that, and it could still be a cool, impressive thing to see, where you're playing a game like Pokemon, you're walking around, and then you actually see like, oh, that Raticate's chasing another Raticate, that Pidgeotto's hunting a Raticate, those Raticates are eating some berries. Like, all of those things would, I think, add enough realism to the world for it to be good enough. So, thinking from that perspective, I think what I'm going to do here is just manually duplicate some bushes. Okay, so bush. If I duplicate you, cool, you go with that naming scheme. Now you're bush 2. Okay, and honestly, I've been thinking about this. Coding Autistic mentioned, shoot, I think I made a little structure about using classes and subclasses. Right now, these are called Bush 1 and Bush 2. That's a terrible idea, because in the future, I want to have different kinds of bushes, like red berries, blueberries. Probably come up with cooler names for each of the berries, but the bushes will have their own... they won't just be called bush, it'll be something bush. Same with trees, they'll be like an apple tree or a pear tree. Again, come up with some fun, silly versions of fruits. Unique versions of fruits for our world, but it'll be something like that. So I think I want to, God, maybe next stream, the next coding stream, so like which will probably be Friday. I kind of just want to like reorganize the file structure and rename things to be more sensible, to be ready for future iteration. But like for now, this is clear. But in the future, I want to reorganize things, and then we'll make a bunch of scripts. We'll have a script for props, a script for static props, and each one of these extends the other. So a blueberry bush in its script says that, like, hey, I'm a bush, and the class bush extends the I guess it would be like a subclass then. I don't know. The subclass bush extends the subclass plants, which extends the subclass static, which extends from the final actual class prop. So I think that'll be a useful thing to do to have the structure be nice and easy to understand. But for now, we're not going to do that. For now, I think we're going to let's just do 3 bushes. Let's get 3 bushes set up. So what would I have to do? So, okay. So let's think about this, because if they're duplicates, inheritance, yeah, that is the thing, right? And like the sooner I set that up, the sooner I get things like understood, the easier it will be to do things. I'm getting good. I'm trying. I am so far away from that, but we're trying. Okay, so the thing that I don't really understand here is, like, do I need A unique script for every fucking bush? That sounds insane. And I guess like the script for a bush could be much simpler. The more stuff that we can handle with inheritance, the easier it would be and the simpler a bush could be. But it's still gonna have, like, every bush has to have some unique things about it. Or yeah, I guess not even necessarily every bush. Bushes need to have a unique spawn rate for berries. Each specific kind of bush needs a unique spawn rate, potentially. Like maybe red berries grow faster, but they're smaller, so they restore less health to the creatures that eat them. But they also, there can be more of them on a tree. They spawn faster compared to the blueberries, so that would mean that bush itself wouldn't have a set spawn rate. It would be berries that would. Whereas if we decided that all trees had fruit that spawned at the same rate, we could put the spawn rate in the tree script. But either way, there's always going to be unique info for bushes. Inheritance does work to some extent. I don't think it works exactly for this, unless there's a way to do it that I'm not thinking of. Like what I want. Please do learn the concept of components. Yeah, that's shit. That is a good point. I have a video open that's about just how to structure things in Godot. And I think components is the term that is used. I need to fucking watch it. It's long. Fuck. I have so many videos to watch. Okay. So like every bush has its own fucking berry count, right? Like bush number 1 could have just had all of its berries eaten, so it's got 0. It's also known as composition. Okay. I'll add that to my notes and then just look up at different things. Yeah, composition versus inheritance, I think. And I think the video that I am in the middle of is specifically refers to them as components versus inheritance. And it seems like the right answer is a combination of both things, depending on what your needs are. So what I want, okay, let me like fucking, I'm gonna open Paint. So what I want to do is like, let's use a triangle. Okay. So like we have 3 bushes, right? And each bush has some number of fucking berries. Make them blue. So this guy's got 1. This guy's got 2. This guy's got 3. Instead of each of them having their own complete script, what I wish I could do is like, okay, let's say, so like let's say you're bush 1, and then over on the other side we've got bush 2 and bush 3, right? I wish that they could all have the same script, and like in the script, anytime that I like change the sprite, it would use the ID. So like bush 1 would think like I'm bush 1, so like my sprite should be based on the variable like berries on bush 1. And then that same, if you reformulated this to like I'm bush X, I'm bush X, so my sprite should be based on the variable berries on bush X. So that could be a true this if this was put, obviously this is just like a statement. If I could get this to be code, then each of these berry bushes could have the same script. And the script would just say, "Hey, what's your what bush are you? Oh, you're bush 1? Okay, well bush 1's berry number just changed. So you need to change to look like you need to look different because bush 1's berry just changed. The number of, oh my god. So hard to fucking words. The variable that corresponds to the number of berries on bush 1 just changed. And so since you are bush 1, your sprite needs to change." And that would be the same for any bush, because you could use X and X here. Like logically, that's what I want. I have no idea how to do that. Maybe let me just get some general info. Like what am I worried about? What is the problem? I'm worried that if I have a level filled with hundreds of objects that are all running their own script, that becomes like bloated and complicated. So so what am I worried about beyond that? What I want to do is use the same script. Let's go get 04. Same script, like for different, I guess, models, but they have unique variables, is the thing. So either maybe this result differentiating objects that are sharing the same script. Okay, that is what I want to do. I would like to differentiate them. The next result seems maybe promising as well, giving each instance a different value for a variable. That could also be promising because then it would be even simpler than what I was worried about, where I was like, I need the code to be like, your bush X, so update when there's changes related to variable with bush X in its name. So that way bush 1 changes when variables related to bush 1 change, and bush 2 changes when variables related to bush 2 changes. Maybe there's just some way to set that up, and you don't even have to worry about writing the code that way. Maybe there's just like a thing you check off that's like, this thing has its own unique values. I don't know. All right, let's read some of this shit. And maybe, let's see, does Firefox full screen look better? No, not that one. This one. Yeah, it's a little bit bigger. All right, just got to remember to turn it off. I fucking fail at doing that a lot. Okay, I have 2 objects in my scene that are sharing the same code. When I'm instantiating those in my scene, I'm assigning them a unique ID in the ready function. Okay, so that's already a cool thing that I would like to know how to do. Where are you doing that? Oh, you're giving them a random number, and you're calling it house ID. Okay. Now that probably works, but like obviously there is some kind of vanishingly small chance that the random number will be the same for 2 things. What is a randy? What how many decimal places? I guess we could just make one and print it. I should definitely learn about components. Makes life easier. Yeah, for sure. And I'm getting to the point where soon the game world is going to become very complicated. Like once I understand the basics of like once I trudge through writing all these initial scripts, it's going to be like, okay, now that I have a berry bush that functions, I need like 30 of them. And also I need to make trees. Okay, trees are going to be very similar to berry bushes with a few tweaks. Okay, now I need to have like 30 trees in the game world. And then like a dozen Raticates, and then some Pidgeotos, and then, yeah, it's just going to like explode out. I should just release Bush Game. Shit. What would that even be? You just watch the berries grow on the bush? God, that'd be cool if I could make that a thing. I know there are games people have made that are like stupid memes that like don't do anything. If I could harness the meme power, it'd be sweet to make a game that like does nothing but still makes money. It's fucking cool. You just watch Rattata eat them over and over on a loop. It's an idle game, no exponential stuff. That would actually be cool to make like a cute little like I want this game to look cool when the player just stopped moving. I want it to have like nice sound effects and like you could zoom the camera out and like watch all the little beasts scurrying to and fro. It would be kind of cool to have like an idle version of the game that's just like, it just generates a random little scene for you. That sounds cool. Looks cool. Running water, some wind. I don't know. Cute noises. You could like change it to like a snow environment, so like all the little beasts are like crunching on the snow as they walk around. Something like that. Bro, I just need like the number of decimals. Okay. So if you do a random integer, it's between 0 and like 4.2 billion. So probably a very small chance using this guy's format that you would ever end up with two objects having the same ID. I also have a function that creates an interface whenever I'm clicking on a building. Cool. I'm creating an interface button, connecting it to a function that makes a simple print. And he's printing out the house ID. Okay. This function indeed prints a text, but if I have 2 or more buildings, all the IDs of those buildings, and the same amount of line. What? All the IDs of those buildings and same amount of line output. Okay, well, I get he's saying the IDs end up being the same. Here is the solution. Decided to try an approach of creating a separate button each time. Okay, damn it, this doesn't really get at the logic that I'm trying to figure out. Shit. Okay. Let's just read some people's replies. With the information you've provided, this is pretty hard to explain. Sharing the full script or even the entire project might help here. Oh, fuck, bro. Okay. Okay, someone just claiming he's overwriting values. Okay, so yeah, I don't think this is going to help me with what I actually want. This might be more on focus. Giving each instance a different value for a variable. I have a scene that's a grid of 8 buttons. Each button is also a scene consisting of a panel, container, and a button. What I want to do is on creation, give each button its own unique number. So I can use one script to send it to the main script that will then be able to analyze which button was pressed and respond accordingly. Okay. I see, right. You want to use the same script. And you don't just want to go and manually give them a variable somewhere else. Okay. There's just one single response. Fuck. At export variable number equals 5. They specifically said I can use the onReady command or line of code. They can use at onReady to create a variable, but it's the same across all instances of the buttons. How do I make a variable that's different for each one? Again, I'm fairly new, so if I'm doing this completely backwards, then it would be helpful to know the right way to do things. And this person's reply is just at export variable number equals 5. I fucking hate that. And then linked to exported properties, maybe this actually answers it. But like, holy fuck, dude, just explain it to me. I'm a human being, you're a human being, just use some fucking words, man. In Godot, class members can be exported. This means their value gets saved along with the resource they're attached to. They'll also be available for editing in the property editor. Exporting is done by using the @export annotation. So then this person is just saying, just using this function will allow me to have unique variables. So then, like this max item count, nope. Firefox, blocking the screen. Okay. So in my bush script, it is the script for all bushes at the moment. Because this value is being exported, then that means it can be different between every script. Between every bush. Okay, let me try that. So I changed the script. When you use @export, it allows you to set the value in the inspector per object. Yeah, so the per object part was the part I didn't understand before. So that means we could be like, okay, bush number 2, he's got, no, let's not change the max count. He's got 2 berries. Bush number 3's got 3 berries. Bush number 1, 0 berries. Okay. And now what I'd like to see, or I guess really think through, is now the problem has just kind of, the can has been kicked down the road because the script refers to this global berry count. Where are you? Object variables. Right, we have the global variable that right now is just supposed to be the number of berries on bush A1. So then the plan was going to be like all like bush A is blue, is for blueberries. All blueberry bushes are bush A and then a number. So then really this should be bush A2, bush A3 would be the idea if I gave them each their own scene, if I gave them each their own script. And so then back in the initial script, we would have to do something about this problem, because now they're all looking back at that same variable. And the whole reason it's set up this way is to save these values. God, it really feels like I should be able to save these values within the script. But I guess the script doesn't, like, that's not a thing you do with scripts. When they run, they can be altering and changing things. But when the scene they're attached to gets unloaded and they reload, there's no way to actually store information. That's why you have some kind of either an actual save file. Shit. What exactly are we trying to do? I'm trying to just make multiple bushes now, who each have their own berry count going on. And I'm trying to do that in as simple a way as possible so that I understand how to do it simply in the future when I inevitably have to make multiple copies of not just bushes, but trees, other objects as well, that are all going to have their own little stats associated with them. Like the amount of ore left in an ore vein is similar to the number of berries on a berry bush. When I duplicate the berry bush, I want to reuse as much as possible. So I'd like to reuse the script, but the way the script is set up is a problem. We're storing the amount of berries in a global area, and so right now all of these bushes are going to function the same. They're all going to act as though they have the same number of berries on them, regardless of what I start the berry value at. And actually, yeah, I guess let's just like demonstrate that. Because I'm pretty sure that's how it's going to work. Yeah, they just have the same number of berries. So actually, let's set the global berry count to 0 and then see it change from there. We go to script, we go to object variables. So if we set this at 0, save it, run it. So we just saw the 3 berry bushes had 3 berries. Now they should have 0 on them. Yeah. Yeah, so they're all being changed together because they all look at that local value. Oh, now this is interesting. Now they can have different amounts of berries on them. Whoa, that's actually not what I expected. They started randomly spawning berries, and one of them got to 3 berries very, very quickly. The others had lower numbered berries. Okay, so that's an interesting thing I should for sure understand. So what was happening? We would make a random number if we weren't at 3 berries or higher. And then if the random number is 80 or lower, then we would increase the global value. You think I should not use the global value for berry amount and it should be completely local? Yeah, I think you're right. And then then the problem is then I need to figure out a way to store that information so that when the player comes back, then it can be loaded. Because what I was thinking is, if we have the number of berries as a globally available value, then it would be easy for the berry bushes to share that value with each other, because the goal is going to be that Raticate will be able to pick out a dense location with a lot of berries. So just having them all available as a global value seemed like the thing to do. But if I don't do that, then I still need to figure out a way. Like I think I can figure out a way around Raticate being able to sniff out a dense patch of berries without needing that global variable. But then saving these variables, I have to figure out a way, or I need to find out. Can I just have them all, every bush uses the same generic script, and whenever I go to save and load the number of berries, I need to be able to say like, hey, I'm bush 3, so save the number of berries for bush 3, and then when I go to load it, remember I'm bush 3, so let's load those berries. That's the thing I need to figure out, I guess. So if that's not the case, if I can't do that, if I can't have a common script for all bushes and have them be able to be like, I'm bush 1, save my berry number as bush 1's berries, and then I'll come load you later as bush 1's berry number, give me that value. And bush 2 needs to be able to do the same, but with bush 2's berry value. If I can't do that, then that means they all need their own fucking script anyway. So yeah, I think we just kind of forget about using the global value. So I still want to have this just in case I need it for something. But yeah, let's go ahead and take that out of the bush. So what do I want to do? Anywhere that we're referring to the global value. So I think I'm going to turn this into a comment. Okay, so first of all, we need to set a starting value. Say if we spawn a bush out of nowhere, I think we just set the value equal to 0. I think we just like put it in here, right? Comment. Oh my god. Yeah, small brain. I know I still need to save and load with globals, but like at that point, every one of them would have its own variable. So it would just be like save this variable, right? Like what it would look like is something like this. Like this would be a 2. There would also be a 3. Oh, that's a 4. Oh my god, I pressed 4 twice. And so then I would just be directly saving these, and like that seems pretty easy. These are all just simple values. So it's like I would have solved the problem already if I were going to do this. But since I'm not going to do this, I still need to solve the problem of each bush having its own variable and being able to ask for that variable when it's loaded. Yeah. So yeah, the problem still exists, but it's like in a different place, I guess. But yeah, I'll figure it out, or if I can't, then each fucking bush needs its own unique script. And I assume there is a way that I could spawn a new bush and tell Godot, like, hey, make a new script for this bush. And it's going to be the same as this other script, but like, here's a unique ID number for it. Put that unique ID number here for the variable, and then we're going to save that variable in this file. And then whenever this bush asks to load its berry number, it's going to load berry number and then that unique ID that we randomly created. But hopefully it's not that complicated. And like I said, I could just use the same script for all of them and just have them remember, like, I'm bush 2, I need bush 2's berry count. I'm bush 4, I need bush 4's berry count. Okay, so we have an initial berry value now. And then I think I'm going to make this a comment. And so really what we want to do is load a berry value if possible. We want to check to see, like, hey, is there a saved value for berry bush number 5362? Oh, there is. Okay, yeah, that's my number of berries. I'm berry bush number 5362 or whatever. And then if not, then we just start with the we just leave the starting value 0 because that's like a new bush. That's a bush that's being freshly grown. It'll have no berries on it yet. But we'll handle that later. I could make an export variable global bush name. Okay. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. I hadn't thought about that. Still maybe not the best idea. Yeah, what I'm hoping for is that like I know this thing has a unique ID. There is some way that Godot knows this thing is called bush 2. It's connected to this script. Like it has some kind of unique object ID. I want that. And then I want to save the I want to save the number of berries on this bush as connected to that object ID, because then in the script I can just be like, load whatever bush you are, load that bush's number of berries, and you'll know that bush based on the object ID. I'm like, there has to be a way to do that. So maybe next time I'll organize everything and then I'll get into loading and saving data. I need to read about that. I have seen very basics of it where you just like essentially create a file and you're storing information in that file. But then I have seen multiple videos where people are like, do it in this way. I can't remember the term. And then other people were like, don't do that in that way, because then people can just edit that text file and like make your game run malicious code. So, this sounds like something I would like to know about very well before I start utilizing it. I don't want to do it wrong and then realize like my game is done, but then people can use it to run malicious code on people's computers. That sounds terrifying. That would be a sucky thing to have to restructure. Anyway, okay, so then this stays, right? This is just for the global signal. So the only other thing is right here. Essentially, we're just going to cut the middleman out, right? We're going to increment this value. And hopefully that means this still functions right. I guess we can find out. Let's just print the berry value in here. And make sure that it increases. Ah, crap. Radicate is back to being functional. Shit. damn. We started with such a weird assortment of berries. Okay, so then the idea is every few seconds... Ah, god damn it, Raticate. I just need to turn you off again.
Hello.
Shit. Hey, Crazy Pants. I could access the right global variable with the name of the bush object. Vary value equals object variable dot name. Ooh, so the variable is in the same name as the object. Shit. Okay, yeah, so small brain, that is essentially what I was thinking. Okay. So let's think about that. Is that the way I want to do this? Essentially undoing the fact that I just took the global variable out of here. I should just export a string. It would be better. Why would it be better? And oh my god, I'm fucking losing my voice. And honestly, I am thinking, I do think I want to get rid of using the global variable here, because that makes the spawning of bushes like, I don't know, it's like an extra step I would need to do to give it a global variable in that other auto-loaded script. Because the variable and the object variables would need to be the same as the name then, which would be weird. Yeah, that doesn't seem that bad to me, but... And maybe it would be confusing. Okay, so... Damn. Do I just undo these changes? Ah, fuck. Okay, so let me think it through. So if we don't have the global variables stored on this page, then on this script that's auto-loaded, then when we have Raticate go to locate the best berry spot to decide where to run off to, God, he would essentially need information from every single bush, rather than just being able to get all the information about the bushes from here. God, is there just a different way I could simulate that? Like, I just want him to make a decent decision when looking for food. If I export a string, I name the string to the variable I want it to point to, and then would just do object variables.name of string to get the variable. Yeah, that is probably clearer in the long run. You're probably right. It's probably better to do it in a way that I would, in like a year later, I can come back to it and be like, oh right, that's what this is. Okay, so then I think maybe that's the way to go, unless I can figure out, like, I think the cleaner thing to do would be to not use this page and have a global variable for each fucking bush and every tree and just fucking everything in the game. That it seems like it would be better to not be tracking this here, if at all possible. But then the main thing is not 3D. Then I need Raticate to be able to go toward a good source of food. How is he going to figure that out? God, I guess, like, He could just find the closest berry. He could just have a little, like his searching process could just be like, find the closest bush to me. Does it have a berry? No. Find the second closest bush to me. Does it have a berry? Yes. Okay, go to that bush. And then again, this would be, he has a range of smell. He has like a sense of smell. So his smell would work within a certain range. So let's say this bush is out of that range. It wouldn't be involved in the calculation of like, okay, which bush is closest? Does it have a berry? No. Okay, second closest, does it have a berry? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna go to that bush. So then let's say he ends up with none of the bushes in his area have a berry. Then I guess he could just relocate. We could just have him like relocate himself. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I think I want to try doing it without, like you said earlier, why not have a giant sniff area? Yeah, it'll be pretty big, but I think we always want to entertain the idea of like, what would a rat do? What would Raticate do if he couldn't sniff any berries? Because then if we have that functionality put into the behavior tree, then maybe we could adapt it to a different creature. Maybe there's a creature that has a bad sense of smell, or a creature that goes by sight only. So it would be a much smaller cone. And so then I think it would be smart to have some kind of logic set in ahead of time to kind of like relocate. Like Raticate's gonna kind of decide like, okay, I sniffed all around here and I didn't find anything, so I'm just gonna like travel for a little bit and then check again. And I think that will be good enough. I would like Raticate to be able to like actually really have like a code that makes it seem like he has a sense of smell. I would love him to be able to figure out where the densest patch of berries is, but I don't know if it's really necessary. I think he'll still look like a kind of intelligent creature if he just zooms over to the closest bush that has a berry and tries to eat that really quick, and then he goes and zooms over to another bush that has a berry and eats that. I think that'll be okay. So then we'll try to make this function without the global script. So that's going to be a little bit annoying. So then what we want to do is we want to turn this timer off, and then we want to go back to the needs check. You can determine the area per symbiote. Yeah, for sure. I was just trying to think through the whole process, which is then what happens if he doesn't find anything. You're talking about having a big area 2D? Yeah, for sure. And probably just like a circle. I don't want to worry about the fact that like smell is like carried on the wind, and so like if there was better wind in one direction, like they could probably smell more stuff in the direction that the wind is coming in from. Like fuck that. I don't think that's super valuable for making the world feel realistic or alive. Okay, Raticate, is that the only fucking thing you would print? It's just the needs check, and if we turn off the timer, we're good. Let me check. Don't print anything, Raticate. Perfect. Okay, great. So we turned Raticate back off. Great. Now we gotta fuck with these berries again. So, in scripts, in the berry bush. And you know what? Let's just... no, okay. We'll leave the bushes up. We'll leave them all up, but we're just fucking with one bush. Do you guys still, you still have different starting values. Okay, so let's change that. We'll just have you all start at 0 for the sake of testing this. So what we want to do is we want to spawn a berry based on the global timer. And you know what? For now, I think I want that global timer to be shorter. Let's just make it 1 second so it'll go faster and we can test quicker. And then we go back to the bush. Okay. So I think now we've changed what we're doing, right? Before these lines of code was changing a value in a global script, and then we were setting that global value equal to our berry value, and then we were triggering this up here because we're changing the berry value, and this set function is designed to change, or it's designed to run when the berry value changes. Now we're adding one. So I don't know if this will function the same, but let's just find out real quick. We should start with no berries on any of the bushes, and they should pretty quickly populate. Okay. All right, they did. Great. Okay, cool. So then it still functions just fine. I didn't need to turn Raticate off. Okay, whatever. Fine. Okay, so now we have multiple berry bushes, and they all spawn berries at a different rate. They spawn their own berries. So we did the first half of this. And the next thing we need to do is to have Raticate choose the best spot. So instead of getting complicated and doing what I think would be the cool answer, maybe, you know, all my hopes and dreams come true. This game is like, it comes out, it's as popular as Hollow Knight. I just have all the fucking money. I can hire some people. At that point, we're gonna do what I want, which is that Raticate would sniff the density. He would just be able to smell the direction that most of the delicious berries are in. But instead, what we're gonna do is have him just check in like an area 2D. Just a big circle. And I guess we should just go attach this to Raticate right now. It's just gonna be like his sniff zone. Right? And I don't know, I have no idea how we're gonna do this. Okay, actually, yeah, before I just jump into doing it, let's think about it. So he has an area 2D, that's like his sniff zone. Then we need anything inside that area 2D. We need to find the closest one and then be like, hey, you got a berry? And then if you've got a berry, then that becomes Raticate's, his destination. That becomes his, like, target. What's the terminology? His target prop. Right, because these are props currently. We may need to update that terminology on Friday when I do another one of these streams. Maybe we'll adjust it to, it'll be like target bush. Ooh. Honestly, maybe we just make it like food target. Because that's a much more generic, we just have like a food target, we have a water target. Yeah, that might be better. That's much more generic, and then when I'm taking this and reusing it for other characters, that's a much easier value to understand than to have to remember, right? The bush is a prop, the water pool is a prop. Shit. Okay, yeah, that's probably worth doing. Okay, so then for now, what we are doing is we're going to be setting his target prop. And we're going to do that in the @best food source check. Okay. Okay, so then I need an area 2D. And kind of thinking ahead to how I want to like experiment with this. Let's make the area 2D not include this bush. And we'll do some experiments where like the two closer bushes have berries, the further one doesn't, then later the further one won't. Add all the bushes the sniff area is colliding with, yeah, for sure, to an array within Raticate, and check with a loop which bush has the most berries and the least Raticates surrounding it, among other important values. Yeah, I think that's going to be the like final goal. We'll bring in the checking other Raticate situation later. My goal is to get this just like functional as quickly as possible. But yeah, I think that's what we want to do. I'm trying to figure out like how big should his sniff area be? Like he's 16 pixels wide. For now, let's make it small. For now, just for testing purposes, let's make it kind of small. We'll make it like a radius of 5 times his size. It's like 80. Okay. So yeah, we'll give him an area 2D. And we're gonna call you how about maybe not sniff, maybe, because some creatures might not have a nose, but other means. And you know what? No, I'm okay. I'm okay with sniff check being the thing. That's fine. Detect. Yeah, I guess we could just call it like a resource detection. All right, Crazy Pants. Thank you. We might have like a weird rock monster that eats rocks, and he can just sense them in the area. Like he vibrates the ground and he can just feel them. And so somebody weird like that, like that I have to remember sniff is just a metaphor. I think that would be okay though. Okay, so then now we need to give this thing like a shape. How do I just like give you a shape, bro? And yeah, specifically, we probably want you to have a collision shape. So then probably we just give you a collision shape. He sniffs the other rocks for sure. Well, it's possible. He could have a nose. He might not have a nose. I know you're being silly, but the idea is to be open-ended. We're going to end up with some weird-ass creatures. So you just don't know. Okay, so the thing is, yeah, okay. So I think what we want is for you to have your own collision area, right? Your own collision shape, because you are just separate from Raticate's collision shape. Raticate's collision shape decides if he can walk into or around something or get stuck on it. Like he could walk under things the player might not be able to walk under because he's short. But that's completely separate from this idea, which is that we want a sniffing area. We don't want this to actually stop Raticate from moving. We'll make it a circle, and then scale? Like, I just want you to be bigger. What value changes when I do this? I would really like to see a value changing. There isn't just like a radius value. You're a circle. Give me a fucking radius. Don't let me just. Oh my god, it's totally just in here somewhere. I feel like it would not be in process. Texture, ordering, visibility. Interesting. Click on the circle. Oh my god, right. Fuck. Thank you, small brain. Oh my god. Wow. I broke Durg and he communicated in his native language for a moment. Woof. Okay. How big is 80? That's actually pretty small. Let's do 160 because right, we're talking radius. Sure. Okay. So that's big enough that like we can have things. Oh, it was not native? Interesting. Well, okay, let's be honest. That was an assumption on my part. I don't know what native Ukrainian looks like. It's English text with the wrong layout. Oh. Well. Okay, but the letters aren't English. Those are some crazy looking symbols to me. It's like a pixel art W, a W that's just like flat. Anyway, whatever. Okay, so I for some reason can't remember that I can click on this to get more info. I've done it many times with sprites and other things. Okay, shit. Oh, those are Cyrillics. Cool, okay. Ooh, now I need a collision layer for sniffable. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Okay. And maybe... Yeah, I guess each collision layer should be specific like that. Like in that weird example I gave about a golem that eats rocks that could like touch the ground and feel vibrations to feel where the rocks are that he wants. Those wouldn't be sniffable, they would be like vibratable. Weird. Okay. Okay, and so then that's going to be the collision layer that we're going to interact with. So it's not visibility, right? It's the actual shit. I guess maybe it is visibility? No, this is like light mask and visibility. I specifically need... I've only done this for things like a player. And then their collision shape... I guess maybe it is visibility? Interesting, okay. It's on the area 2D for sure. Oh my god, okay. There it is. There it is. It's called collision. That sounds right. Okay. So then... Let's see, what do we want to do? Do we want to start, like... Do we want to do this with, like, higher end? Like, start at layer, like, 32? And then, like, traditional collision stuff, we go up from layer 1. That might be the thing to do. So, okay. Okay, so we'll just turn this off completely. And then can I name you? Rename layer. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, so we're going to rename that. And then does that take care of it for this? Because they should be... Great. Because one is affected by and the other is affecting. Or something like that. So then... The mask is what it wants to look to. It wants to look to things on 32, but not collide with things on 32. And then we would go to our lovely bushes. Bushes, where you at? No, we just have the scene open. Okay. And then... Shit. Oh my god. Okay. So what we want is detection. We don't want to like physically stop Raticate from walking into these things. We just want to detect it. Fuck. Yeah, I think conceptually, I don't know how to do that. So... Okay, yeah, so I think I need to look up like hitboxes and hurtboxes, right? Because those... It's like we want them to collide, but not in the traditional sense of not allowing them to pass over each other. Shit. Okay. Yeah, Dirk, you definitely did. I started watching that guy's tutorials from the beginning. His name is Michael. He starts every video off with like, "Hi, I'm Michael." And I think his channel is like Michael Games or something. Shit. Okay. Okay. Yep, it was definitely this series. His channel is just called Michael Games. Hit me with a playlist. Where's your playlist, bro? I know this is just part of a playlist. Nope, that's a queue. Okay. All right. You know what? Just go to his page. Great, he's only got one playlist. All right. You're just faster, damn. Yeah, I probably could have just opened Discord and found the link. Okay. So what I would prefer is if I had read this ahead of time. Or watched it ahead of time. I think it's kind of lame to just watch through a video. All right, and I think that's gonna be what's gonna happen though. Okay, let's get Firefox like that.
Plants, and actually today we're just gonna put it on a plant. But let's create the scene. So first, let's create a new folder to house these things.
Okay, he's gonna make a folder. Just need the nitty gritty of how he sets up the masks.
Hit box.
Sorry, the collision mask and collision layer.
We'll just go ahead and right click on the child node, and let's see, change type.
Do.
Checking for collisions and monitorable.
Okay, so that's probably going to be important. Let's listen to that.
Our different entities.
I can just put the object I want to sniff on the sniff layer. Or are we doing something else? Well, okay, so Small Braid, I don't know how to like actually set things up correctly. Because as far as I know, when you set up collision, like you can't like overlap those objects anymore, right? Like if you set this thing up to collide on, I guess wait, we would just set the mask. Shit. Okay. Yeah, I don't understand it well enough, I guess. So I would like to I think watching a video about hurtboxes and hitboxes would make the most sense to do. But yeah, so like maybe it's just as simple as like we have the mask set so that it's like looking toward that layer, but we don't have collision set so it doesn't actually collide with anything on that layer. I don't know. Not sure. Okay, Dirk says 250 and 810. Let me watch up to that point. Let me watch up to that point. Oh, area 2Ds can't really collide, but they can detect stuff. Okay. So yeah, that's a thing. Again, like I just don't understand the philosophical difference. That makes sense because it's an area. It's not a kinematic body. An inherent difference in a kinematic body compared to an area. That totally makes fucking sense when explained to me. But I think it's still I think it's still a good idea to at least check this out. And then actually, could we hold on? What if we full screen this? Does that look all right? Ooh, bro, quality. Gross. 1080p me, dude. All right, cool.
That require them. So let's just select our hitbox. For the hitbox, we're just going to configure it as follows. We're going to turn monitoring off. So monitoring means it's checking for collisions, and monitorable means that it can be detected as a collision. And that's all we want this to do, is to be detected, but not to try and detect.
Okay, so then this is what we set up for the bush. We don't want it to be detecting, we want it to be detectable. And maybe we can already just use the bush's regular collision layer. But I think I will just set up a hitbox. Since I do plan to, like, some bushes will be destroyable. Might as well go through the trouble of doing this. Okay, so then let me back out of that, and we'll just bounce back and forth doing the things I think I should do. Okay, so then that was... You're gonna go sleep? Okay, Dirk. Sorry it's so late for you, bro. So we're just gonna make you a hitbox. Oh, interesting. He's not, like, making it attached to anything right now. Interesting. So he's just, like, making, like, a generic hitbox? Have funk. Thank you. He is just making a generic one. Okay. I mean, that... Fine. Sure. Sure. Let's do that. Oh, and then he has it in a folder named Hitbox. Ooh, all right. Okay. Okay. Sure. Let's make a new folder. And let's just call it Hitbox. I've seen like 3 other episodes of this, which has been painfully boring because I started at the beginning, because this guy clearly, like, he's so good at explaining things. Like just now, the explaining monitoring versus monitorable. Great, quick, concise. He's got a pleasant voice. So then I was like, okay, I want to learn all the things from this. So I jumped back to episode 1, and just like episode 1 and 2 are like, oh my god, yes, the basics of Godot. Yeah, okay, yes. But like clearly by episode 6 we get into shit I don't know about, so I need to just watch a little bit more. Okay, so we're just gonna make a basic ass. You're a scene. Can I just grab? I've never created something this way. So we'd need a name, but then I can't just like choose from a list like I can if I do, if I make a child, if I make a new node. Oh, I guess, right, it's a scene versus a node. Oh shit, Smallbrain, you know about his tutorial as well? I think so far it's the only one that he's done, but yeah, he does a great job. Interesting, okay. So now I realize I maybe should not have skipped through him making the scene. Makes the folder, calls it Hitbox, makes the scene. Hit underscore box. Okay, and it's just a regular 2D scene, for sure. You've watched some of them before and they're pretty good. Yeah, I've seen, there's a few that I want to get to that's like making an inventory system and saving the game. I feel like those will be super helpful. Okay. All right. What the fuck am I doing? So we are, in fact, just making a new scene. And we're going to call that not Hit JBox, buddy. Fucking call that hitbox. Click OK. All right. Back to the video.
Head and right click on the
Shit. Okay. It's just no music. He's got music in the background too. That's too much.
child node. And let's see, change type.
Ah, you can do that.
Scene.
Cool. Okay. It's really cool seeing new workflows that people use. That's fucking cool. Okay. Great. Great.
And
I guess,
Scenario
sure, let me
2D
just maximize.
requires a collision shape, but we're not going to add one here because this is going to be a placeholder, and we'll add the collision shapes within our different entities that require them. So let's just select our hitbox. For the hitbox, we're just going to configure it as follows. We're going to turn monitoring off. So monitoring means it's checking for collisions, and monitorable means that it's detected as a collision. And that's all we want this to do, is to be detected,
Okay.
but not.
Great. So let me go over here. Boom. It is not monitoring, but it is monitorable.
To try and detect. And then we're going to change our collision settings. So we don't want this to be on the player layer, and we don't need any collision masks. Since it's not monitoring, it doesn't need a mask. It doesn't need to look at any layers. We just need it to be on a layer so that it's monitorable on that layer. Now I'm going to set up some new layers for this. I'm going to go ahead and, if you recall from a previous video, we updated some layers with names. I'm going to go ahead and just add some extra layers. I want kind of layers 1 through 4 to just be player specific, and I'm going to call this layer 2 player hurt, so we can put any player hurting things there. And then for now, I think we'll just add an enemy name to layer 9.
Okay. I like the idea of doing that. So see, we can get to it from here. And then cool. Okay. I think that is a nice way to set things up. Jump back for me, bro. He has layer 5 as walls. Interesting. Okay, and then he did 9 as enemy. Now the problem with that is it's not just enemies. It's gonna be objects too. But all right. All right. I'll follow his system for now. We'll see how he sets it up, and then I'll adjust it.
And the reason I chose layer 9 is because you look in the collision thing, it's like 8 layers per section, and so we get to 9, and we're going to use this for enemy related items over here. Okay, so this, by default, we want our hitboxes to be on layer 9, because almost every hitbox we're going to add in our game is going to be on an enemy, or like in the case of today, on something that the player can hit. So in this case, we're going to add a plant today. So 9 is a good layer for that. That means it's going to be monitorable, right? It's going to be hittable by player attack. And we don't want there to be overlap. We don't want the player to be able to hit himself or enemies to be able to hit other enemies. You could build it that way, obviously, but that's not how we're building it right now. So we've got this all configured. That looks good. We do need a script, though, for this. So within our hip...
Okay, so actually, I want to call that layer enemy or object. Yeah. Enemy / object. And so then this is what we'll use, I believe, for... We're going to overlay eradicate sniff area on top, and then any of these that are inside will get detected.
Folder. I'm just going to create a new script. We'll also call it hitbox. And let's go.
I've noticed a lot of people seem to do that. They go through the trouble of creating the thing separately rather than just like right clicking up here and adding a script. And I guess it's because it's gonna then you determine where you're saving it. Hitgox. I need a Hitgox.
Go ahead and apply
Makes sense, I guess.
the hitbox script onto our scene there.
Right, just drag that on, sure.
Now the hitbox script is going to be really quite straightforward. Of hit area 2D, what it is, but boxes go this damage, right, as opposed to number with decimals. Not going to return anything. Let's go ahead and we'll do this. Let's do a print. Printing statements means it just appears in the console down here in the output.
Explaining printing.
Probably actually the best way to do debugging or anything like that, but I don't know many programmers who don't do this from time to time. And if you haven't been introduced to this, here you go. So we're just going to say anytime this take damage is called, we'll just print in the console here a little message that says take damage and what the value.
Okay, so this will be useful later, so I might as well set this up now. Like at some point we will have environmental things that can hurt the player, tools the player will use outside of combat to be able to like destroy aspects of the environment. Also definitely combat will be turn-based, but when you're out in the world it's live real time, and if you use certain tools you could like hit an enemy to start a fight and get a little bonus attack on them. So yeah, probably still worth setting this up. So fine. Okay. All right. So we just take our script and we just, yeah, GD is the script. Yeah. We just drag that onto you, and then we look at you, and then we want to extend what, area 2D? Oh my God. Can't type. And then he is naming this hitbox. Also, how old is this? Great. Only 5 months. Great. So we're definitely in Godot 4. All right. Interesting. So you can do the class thing up here in the same line as the extends thing. Okay. No caps. Just class _ name. And then I guess hitbox. Seems useful. All right. And it extends area 2D. Yeah, I thought you had to thought it had to be like that. Cool. Okay. And then yeah, sure, we'll add the little printout at some point in the future when testing. It'll be nice. Why not? God, I wish I could just copy this. So the function's called take damage. Sure. I'll just alt tab. Fuck. Interesting. He just has like so many spaces. Is that fucking normal? I feel like he's just got extra spaces everywhere, which kind of makes things easier to read. But I don't know. It doesn't necessarily seem right. Okay, so then it won't return anything. And colon, and then we're gonna just print. Oop. And then sure. That was it. Take damage, comma, space damage. With an extra space at the end. Yeah, and an extra space before. Yeah, interesting. It must just be that it doesn't cause any problems, and he likes the extra like spacing that gives, I would assume. I do personally like it as well. It looks cool. Interesting to see that kind of setup when then the like defaults it's just nothing, no extra spaces. Okay. Sure, fine.
Value that was passed in. But we also want to do one other thing. We're building this hitbox to be kind of modular, right? So we're going to drop it into an enemy or a player or whatever, and it needs to be able to notify its parent entity that it took damage. So we're going to...
It required more key presses, but looks cool. Yeah, I think it's just easier to see.
Add a signal.
But yeah, for sure.
Call from last video, we used a signal on our animator to detect when a frame ended. We're going to call this one damaged. Just like that, signal, and then damaged. And this will also, when it emits, it will include the damage value. So we'll just say that it requires this argument. So then down here in our take damage function, we can just say damaged.emit and then just provide the damage value that we got here. And there we go. So whenever we call the take damage function on.
Okay, so then that'll be nice to have for the future, but then if I'm going to be also utilizing this for Raticate to like sniff it, I don't think we actually need a signal. I would imagine there's just some kind of built-in function for Raticate to just be able to build an array out of everything that's included inside of the area 2D. But maybe we do actually need a signal. I guess I'll just kind of think about that ahead of time. And if we need to, then each bush's hitbox can emit a signal that's like, I'm present, I'm in here. And then that would be sent to Raticate, and then the Raticate would make an array out of all of the different bushes that sent their signal that I'm in, that they're present. And I guess they would send like their location along with it. So then Raticate would have the array of all the locations, and he would calculate for each of those locations how far he is from each one. Probably also the number of berries would be good. He doesn't want to go to a bush that has no berries. Oh yeah, shit, okay, so I guess that's a thing that's worth thinking about. That what is the exact order I do this in? He probably just get the location of all the bushes, and then look at the closest one and be like, you got a berry? No? Okay, next one, next closest. You got a berry? Yes? Okay, I'll go to you. Okay, so that seems like the specific order. So then it wouldn't be that each bush would need to send its location and its berry number. It would just be like, send all your locations. Okay, now I know who to ask first. You got a berry. Send me your berry info. Okay, you do. Great, I'll go to you. Or no, you don't. Okay, I'll go on to the next one. Okay. Sure. All right, so then up here, specifically, we need a damaged signal, and we want to send the damage value along with it, and what, it's like an integer. Yeah, I really like the extra spaces. It looks really nice. You were talking to a girl on Hinge, and Minesweeper is mentioned in your profile, right? Yep. She brought it up and mentioned that she'd played Demon Crawl. What's her opinion of Demon Crawl? I feel like that's maybe not. Ooh, actually, no, either way. Honestly, whether she likes Demon Crawl or dislikes it, as long as her reasons are valid or are thoughtful, then I would say her opinion's valid either way. Because clearly overall you like Demon Crawl a lot more than I do. My overall opinion is Demon Crawl is like oh, it's almost there, but it lost me. She didn't know how far she got, but she took your Minesweeper times as a challenge. That's cute. Well, I hope things go well with, I don't know, a lady who likes Minesweeper is probably pretty cool. Hopefully she doesn't have any terrible red flags, you know? Right, then we just emit, right? So we just emit damaged, and then we pass along the damage. Okay. So again, useful for later. Maybe, let me just put a note here. Do we need a signal for detecting presence? Raticate sniffing. Not sure? Not sure. All right.
On this hitbox, it's going to emit this signal, and then it's up to any other script listening to handle that.
Yeah.
Set up, and I think it's pretty self-explanatory. And like I said, we'll do the collision shape later. Let's go ahead and create, while we're here, another general node. I'm going to do create new folder, and we'll call this one Hurtbox.
All right. All
So
right. Let's just
obviously,
do that while he
a
talks.
hitbox would be hurt by a hurt box. And I don't know, it's kind of funny terminology. And actually, I'm not the biggest fan of it, but I can't think of anything that makes much more sense. So we'll just run with it. Now, the hurt box is going to be quite similar to a hitbox. So let's go ahead and create a new scene within our hurt box folder. We'll call it hurt_box. And, you know, here we could change the type. This is also going to be an area 2D. So let's just find that area 2D.
Shit.
There we
Open
go.
you.
We've got our new scene.
Chill out, buddy. Well, one moment. One moment. Can I not just double click you to open you? Interesting. No, it did. It did open. Okay. All right. Woof. Just didn't notice that this changed. Okay, so we want to change you also to be an area 2D. Great. Okay. And we'll probably attach a script to you next, I bet.
Our hurt box. Now this one's going to be configured differently than our hitbox. So where the hitbox is monitorable but not monitoring, it's just something that can be detected. This one is going to be monitoring but not monitorable.
Sure,
so this one's
sure.
going to be looking for collisions,
Yep.
but other colliders will not detect when it collides with this one. I hope that makes sense. And there's this.
Okay. And so that's what we want for Radicate. So let's, I guess while we're setting this up, let's go back and do that. We want this thing to be monitoring but not be monitorable. We don't care if something is within Radicate's sniff range. We don't want to do anything the moment that happens. What we want is for Radicate to monitor using this area 2D what bushes are inside of it. Okay. Cool.
Specific reason we do it this way, and it's just really to prevent cross signals and to simplify our code. Okay, so we've got our hurt box. We're going to set that on. Let's go to our collision settings. We don't want this to be on a collision layer, and since it's not monitorable, it doesn't make sense to assign it to a collision layer, right?
Sure.
But it is monitoring, so the mask will tell it which layers to monitor on.
Okay. And so then, still under Radicate, we probably want it to be monitoring the hitbox. And so I should probably also jump back over to Hurtbox, because we're going to want to do this here too. We're going to want to look at collision, take those off, and hope he says what I think he'll say.
Get layer 2 by default on all
Okay.
the hurt boxes.
He did not.
This is the player hurt layer that we set up.
Right. Okay, so the hurt box would look at layer 2 because that's player hurt. Okay, that makes sense. Then with the hit box, shit. Okay. All right. No, I'll just keep following it. Think about it more.
Obviously, this hurt box being on layer 2 means it's going to be designed to hurt the player. We're going to actually add one of these to our player, and we'll change the mask at the time we do that. We'll just override it on the one instance, but then by default, when we drop this onto enemies,
Right. Okay.
they can hurt the player. It'll already be configured to do that. So that's why we're setting it up this way right now. We do need to create a script.
And so then he would change the one for the player is going to be on 9 to be able to hurt enemies. Okay.
For our hurt box as well. So let's go to our hurt box folder, create a script, call it hurt box.
Right. Let's make that script. Okay. All right. Create new script. And attach it. Nope. Wait, I just attached it to the hitbox. Can I undo that? Are you shit. Here you go. Have your other script back. Great. He has his other script back. Okay. Now we go to the hurt box and actually do what I was supposed to do. There we go. Okay.
You know, usually I like to make a scripts folder for my scripts, but these are simple. They just will have one scene and one script. So for that whole component, I'm just going to put it in one folder. You can do it however you want. Let's go ahead and put our script on the hurt box, and let's edit the hurt box script. So this
I hate tutorials where people tell you can do it however you want, but they don't give you the context. Like that guy gave the context around why he was doing it that way. Raylock just announced an in-person Minesweeper Championship, Madrid 2025. What's the prize pool? What does the winner get? Is it worth going to Madrid for? Actually, there's probably cool shit to see in Madrid. Separate from that anyway. Just curious what a Minesweeper Championship is worth. 10K? It's in the very early stages. Okay. All right. Guess, yeah, sure. You don't know how much money you have to give away yet. Damn. All right, when you find out, let me know.
Name of hurt box, and it extends
Area 2D.
Area 2D.
Sure, let's do that.
A hurt box, we're going to add an export variable. So if you recall, an export variable is, if we spell it right, it's a variable that will appear in our inspector. So that means anytime we add a hurt box to like an enemy or to our player, we can tell it how much damage we want it to apply.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Because it needs to match the type, right, of the others. So I'm just going to set that to 1 by default. If you've got a game where your player's got 1,000 hit points, obviously your damage value is going to be different. But if you're talking about like a really simple hit point system, akin to like Legends of Zelda, where you've only got a few hearts.
Legends of Zelda. That's a fun way to pluralize that.
Depends how you track it, right? But we're just going to do a small amount. Now, what we're going to do with this is in the onReady, we're going to actually connect to a signal called area entered.
Okay.
And this signal is a signal that comes from the area 2D, right?
Okay, so this is the kind of thing I need to think about for Raticate's like sniffing situation. If we use this command, then essentially we're always building the array. Instead of Raticate being like, I'm hungry, tell me, game, how many fucking bushes are in my little circle sniff area. If we use this command, then we're always building that array. We're always updating it. When something leaves, it'll be removed. I assume there's a way to do that. Area exited. I don't know. Okay. Got to think about this.
Have access to this signal, and we need to connect it. We need to provide a function name. But you know, it probably shouldn't be called body entered. I think I did that when I was setting up for this, but technically, I think we're looking at areas. So area entered. That's going to be the name of our new function that we create. It's giving us a warning because that function hasn't been declared in this class. So let's go ahead and take care of that. We've got area entered, and this signal, area entered, it's going to pass. If you recall, when we set up our hitbox script, right, a signal can pass along an argument. Okay, the signal for area entered actually provides the area that entered it. So it's going to be an area 2D that gets passed in, and we can give it any name.
Just going to call it A.
And this method does not need to return anything. Now, it's going to do something very simple. This script is just going to detect if the area is a hitbox. And this is why that class name is so important. This is the only way we can really... So if the area is a hitbox that enters, right, or that collides with this one, then we're just going to call the take damage function on that area. and pass in the damage value from the hurt box into the take damage of the hitbox. You see how that's starting to connect, right?
Cool. Okay. So hold on. Go back so I can see the whole thing. Okay. So we gotta get this. Gotta get this in. Okay. So then we're gonna fill this out, and then we're gonna repurpose this same idea, but to try and have it work for Eradicate. Seems like the thing to do for Eradicate in his sniffing situation. All right. So then he is adding this area entered connect situation. God, the word entered looks crazy. Just looks like wrong. Okay, so now we gotta write that function. And then, God, I don't really like calling the area A. Just call it area. Okay, don't return anything. If area is a hitbox, then take damage. Okay. I indented you. Would not have indented you. Okay. Ah. That D needs to be capitalized. Okay. And then, why are you mad? What did I do wrong up here? Area entered not declared in the current scope, but I did. It's down here now. Did I spell it wrong? Oh my. Bro. All right. Okay. All right. Clearly not getting the sleep I need. There you go. Woof. All right. Bring this back over here. Keep going.
Yeah. And pass in the damage value
Sure.
from this.
Sure. Let me do that.
Into the take damage of the hitbox. You see how that's
Yep.
starting to connect, right? So whenever hitbox enters the hurt box, it's going to call this function. It's going to do some damage, and then that's going to get emitted. So the player or the plant or whatever can pick that up. Okay. So now we've got everything configured for the hitbox and the hurtbox scenes. So before our hitbox and hurtbox can really do anything, we want to set up something that we can hit, right? So we're not going to create an enemy today because that will be a thing all on its own. So we'll start with a simpler thing first, and we're just going to create a plant. So just like in Zelda, you run around chopping down the grass. Let's go ahead and let's create a new folder. Again, we've got general nodes, we've got a player folder, we've got tile maps. Let's make another folder in our root, and we'll call it props. So anything that we create is just like decorative for the world, and slightly interactive.
Yeah, I need a prop folder.
And within props, let's create a sprites folder. And let's go ahead and just create a folder as well for, I don't know, plants. And let's open this sprites folder in a file manager. And then you'll also want to download, if you need, the asset for this, which you can find the link to my itch.io page in the description, and you can find the props sprite sheet. And then once you download that, we can go ahead and place that sprite, the prop sprite, into the
All right.
right click and say create, I guess.
Not doing that.
It's going to be our basic plant. Okay, now the plant, let's open this plant scene we just created. It actually shouldn't be an
Get to
area
my
2D.
bush.
Let's go ahead and change this. I didn't realize that we had that selected when we created new. So let's change the type. This can just
Static
be a
body? Oh, just a node.
plant.
Okay.
And then
Wonder why he's not going to use a static body.
our plant is going to need a sprite 2D node so that we can
Mm-hmm.
display that. And let's go ahead while we've got this and drag the prop sprite in here. Switch to our 2D view so we can see what's going on. You'll notice if you grabbed the first version of this prop sprite, which I created at the time of the recording of this video, there's only one little plant in the top corner. I made it a large file so that I could update it in the future with extra frames and extra props without having to change settings like how many frames are in the sprite sheet. Okay, so
Good
the
idea.
sprite sheet should have 16 horizontal and 3 vertical frames. And once you configure that, you should just have a nice little plant in the center there.
Oh, yeah, small brain. Good. There you go. Yeah, definitely. Static body 2Ds for if you want to collide with it, but he probably wants to be able to walk past them. For sure.
Okay, so that's our sprite 2D for the plant. We want to add a hitbox scene to this, so let's go ahead. Actually, there's a couple ways to do this. We could go to General Nodes, Hitbox, and we could drag the scene in like that.
Whoa. Interesting.
Another way is underneath Plant, we can right-click and say Instantiate Child Scene, or you can see the shortcut is Control-Shift and A. And then here, you can see all of our unique scenes that we created, and this is something that is filterable with this little search on top. And obviously we don't need this, but I said we're going to add a hitbox, right? I hope that's what I said. I think that's what we want to say. Add a hitbox scene. So there we go. We've got our hitbox.
All right, so let me do that.
What's going on? It says my hitbox is a node 2D. Let's just, I think it's
Oh.
saved the hitbox yet.
Oh.
There we go.
All right, so let me make sure I saved. Save the hitbox. Save the hitbox. Go back to our bush. Oh, I haven't done this workflow yet. So you can instantiate a child scene. Then you can just type. Cool. All right. Sweet. Now our plant has a hitbox.
Now it's an area 2D. Okay, so we've got our hitbox. We need to add a collision shape to the hitbox. So let's add a child node. And let's find a collision shape 2D. And I think we'll just give this a small rectangular shape. Now there's a very specific method to my madness that I've used while creating this setup, and I'm not sure the best way to explain it, and I hope it makes sense. But let's go ahead and configure the shape like this. I'm going to make it just 24 pixels on the X direction and 16 on the Y, so 16 tall. Okay, so we get a box kind of like this. And then I think I changed the transform. I don't actually want to do that. Let's grab our hitbox, and we're just going to use the move tool maybe and drag it down until it's kind of at the bottom of the leaves like this. So I've set up all of my collisions to be at the base of the objects, and this is quite important, and it can get a little bit confusing when you're doing a top-down game with this and you're trying to have some slight perspective to it, right? Our player should be able to walk behind this plant, and if the sword hits like right up in this area, we don't want it to hit, but you'll see that our attack box is going to essentially be extending from the feet of our players. So it's just going to be looking at the base or the,
Yeah, I get what he's saying. He's like setting it up for the perspective. It makes sense. Okay, so then we do want a collision shape in here. Not sub resources, child node. And then, yeah, sure. I feel like a little square makes sense. And then bush, I would like to actually look at you in 2D. Okay. So yeah, actually, shoot, he was talking about the hitbox for the attacks hitting things, but honestly, the actual collision shape for this guy should maybe be like that. And then yeah, I guess honestly, like we'll just have the collision shape for the hitbox overlap it. The general collision shape and the hitbox collision shape would just be like the same size. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Feet of the enemy or object that it's hitting. I don't know if that made complete sense, but that's kind of what we're going for. So we're going to make this just fill the base of the plant, and you can imagine.
Shit, also, wait, he's actually manipulating this? Hold on, hold on. Let's go back and watch that. That seems weird. It did. Back it up, back it up. So, okay.
On the Y, so 16 tall.
So he chooses the size.
Get a box
Sure,
kinda like
sure.
this. And then I think I changed the transform. I don't actually want to do that. Let's grab our hitbox, and we're just going to use the move tool maybe and drag it down.
Interesting. Why does he move it like that? Like the collision shape, where the collision shape is what should be important. I wonder why he's doing this. Interesting. It might not matter, but it might. Because so then essentially it's like he has the collision shape is centered, and then he was saying the hitbox itself he's moved down. Like maybe that matters. To me it seems like it wouldn't, because the hitbox is whenever you're wondering if something collided, you're always looking at the collision shape. So if the collision shape's in the right spot, you're good. But that's an interestingly specific thing he did.
Until it's kind of at the bottom of the leaves like this.
Maybe he'll
I set
explain.
all of my collisions to be at the base of the objects, and this is quite important, and it can get a little bit
Okay,
confusing.
yeah.
We don't want it to hit, but you'll see that our attack effects of the plant, and you can imagine the rest of
Yeah.
the child node to our plant. And this one will add a static body 2D.
Oh.
Static body 2D, it has collisions, but it doesn't move, and we don't move it with script. So it's a very simple kind of collider. It's also more performance. So for
Okay, so he probably is setting this up. I guess the small brain, we were wrong. He does want collision with this, but maybe he's going with a more formal, organized structure, where instead of making his plant a static body 2D, which has a bunch of stuff attached to it, his plant is a node, and that node is just managing all these things. I probably should have things set up like that. Because kind of something similar happened with how I initially had the world was the parent scene. And then as I was looking up how you set games up, like if you want a pause menu, a smarter thing to do is you have this scene called like game manager or game. And then that is the parent scene. That's the scene you're always in. And then you can have the pause menu in there along with the level that you're currently in. And so then no matter what level you're currently in, you're bringing in levels, moving them out as a child scene. You're always still, your main scene is the game manager. That's the scene you're always in. And you just always have the pause menu. So you don't need like a version of this pause menu for every level that you have. Although, damn, that'd be kind of cool to have a game that has like fun little like custom UI pause menus depending on the zone you're in. I'm sure some game has done that. But anyway, so I had to like essentially reformat how I had things structured for the sake of organization and for the pause menu to work. So maybe the way he has that set up is smarter overall. I don't know.
Plant that isn't moving, this is what we want to use. And you can see that this also needs a collision shape. I'm going to go ahead and just duplicate the collision shape in my hitbox and then drag it over here.
That's smart.
Movement as well. Okay, so let's actually
Also good, that confirms they need to be different shapes, or they very well should be.
just take this plant a little bit further along. Down here in our props folder under plants, let's create a new script. We'll just call it plant. Drag that sucker up here onto our plant scene. Now,
what are you gonna do?
I don't know that we're gonna need it, but I like to just always plan on it. And
I like to.
2D. And
This guy has a pleasant voice.
We need to do anything in our process here. What we're going to want to do though is we're going to want to connect this script to our hitbox. So if you remember, our hitbox has a signal damaged. We want to connect to that and react to it. So first, let's create the function that will react to taking damage. Okay, it'll be called take damage. And we can pass in the damage value. And actually, the damage value...
Okay, so then I guess this is a good time to think about this. So for certain bushes, I don't mind them being destroyed. But I think other bushes, I don't want them to be destroyed. But maybe they could still take damage, like you could change how they look. They could look all like fucked up. I don't know though. I don't know, but I guess for now I'll keep following this this tutorial. You like his intros? Has a nice tune and art. Yeah, he has a cool little animation intro. I need to make something like that. It's fun. Really, honestly, maybe not. Maybe we don't do this part. Maybe I don't care about this bush
but we know
taking
that our
damage.
Going to pass it, so I'll give it an underscore. When you provide an underscore when you declare a function, it just kind of tells Godot that it's optional and you might not actually use it in your code. And we're just going to have one.
There we go. That's what I thought underscore meant anywhere. That like if you have a ready function that has underscore, it's fine if it doesn't do anything.
One simple line of code here.
Clearly not.
And it's queue free. And what this does is it queues up the node for getting destroyed, getting removed, or deleted from your game. So it's just gonna, when it takes damage, we're just gonna get rid of it.
Oh, cool.
Right? If this were an enemy, we could do something.
God, that's so cool. That's just such a simple command that's just like, of course, Godot has that built in. Okay, so this isn't actually necessarily important unless I want these to be destructible, and I'm still not fully sure about that, so I don't think I want to do that yet. Okay, then he adds some plants.
And now that we've got a plant, let's go to our playground, go to the 2D view. And let's just add a few of these plants, I guess. So let me just take this plant scene. And
did he just make that pop noise? He just added a cute little pop noise into his
Control D to
video. Fun.
Right? I don't know. I'm not really sure what I'm trying to do here other than...
Okay.
So let's go ahead and fix this real quick.
So what, he has like Z sorting issues, right? Okay, sure.
Let's go ahead and fix this real quick.
Yeah, I know how to fix that. I think I have already fixed that for my bushes.
In our plant scene, we've got a static body. Let's look at the collision settings for this one. So actually, if you remember, we set up our player to be blocked by walls, and we don't need a
Okay.
on this.
So adding the hurt box to the player seems important.
Got some more work to do. Okay, so what we need to do now...
Ooh, also his little transitions when he has to, like, essentially he's cutting right here.
So we've got some more work to do.
That he just like shakes the screen and like has some weird squares of color appear. That's a fun cut. It's distracting enough that you won't notice that he's like changed some things or like reloaded the game. It's like a different day or whatever. Maybe some slight things have changed, but it feels like it's not, it doesn't feel like a hard cut. It's good.
We have no hurt box. So we've got a hit box on these plants and we've got collision set up, but there's no hurt box. And there's no way for our player to actually damage the plants, right? To trigger that. So let's start by adding a hurt box to our player. So let's open the player scene. And if you don't have that open, you can just find your player, right? Open it. Okay, now within our player, we want to add a hurt box scene.
Okay, so this is what we want to do for Eradicate.
We need to provide it a collision shape.
Yep.
And
we'll do that.
For this collision shape, I'm going to use a circle shape. And we're going to expand the circle and set the radius to 20. It's a pretty good size. We can change the debug color to a red color so that we know, I mean, that I think makes it kind of obvious. This is
That's cute.
Look at our hurt box settings for a second. Remember we talked about the default collision on a hurt box.
Shit,
Looking
okay.
for the player hurt, but because because this is the one on our player, we just want to look at layer 9, our enemy layer. So we'll change that now.
Okay. Okay. So let's just make sure that should already be there, right? That's the... But actually... Did I... If we make layer 32 the sniffable layer, then... Shit. Then we would want this... We want this to be... Okay. So then... I guess, yeah, we just have this do double duty. We have this both be the hitbox and the sniff box. So it will be on the sniff layer. And so then we don't actually want to be looking at layer 9. We want to be looking on layer 32 and shit, actually. So that I did the opposite. I changed the mask on this. But really, we want the layer that it's on to be on 32. So then that way, and then should take these off of 1, right? It's the hitbox itself. We specifically want it, right? Because this is not the regular collision shape, the regular collision box shit. Yeah, I need to restructure this plan. Okay. Great. And then if we ever want it to be damageable, we would need to put it on layer 9. But for now, we're not going to do that. We're not going to have it actually take damage. We're just going to have Eradicate be able to sniff it. So then make sure Eradicate, you're looking on layer 32. With 32 not being visible by default, I feel like maybe I should make it 16. So yeah, let's do that. So then we're gonna, it's you, we'll make it 16. And then we're gonna change the layer names. And we're gonna make layer 16 the sniffable layer. And then hopefully we don't have to have more than fucking 16 different collision layers for our bullshit. Okay, so back to Eradicate. So Eradicate, you're on your little resource detector. You're gonna be looking on layer 16. And shit, okay, we have 2 minutes. So maybe this is where I stop. So then let's make just some quick notes about what we want to do next time. Okay. So we spawned multiple berry bushes, so we're having Eradicate choose the best spot. That's still what we're doing. But really, okay, it's not the best spot. We're going to have Eradicate, he's going to just find the closest bush with berries. So to do that, so we created the sniff array already, but this will be a good, we created the sniff array that looks at layer 16, and then the bush has a collision shape on layer 16. Call it a hitbox. Okay, so now this is the stuff we actually need to do next time. Next time that we work on this, which will probably be Friday. Probably Friday, like organize, restructure everything, give everything the proper inheritance, and then we'll get back to working on this. So then we need to connect. Let's see, maybe that's not the right term. Also, where's my music? So then what we need to do is we need to populate an array. Populate an array, Eradicate, using any bush inside Eradicate's sniff area, I guess is what we'll go with. And then Eradicate chooses, I guess we'll just like make a loop that looks at closest, next closest, etc. bush for a berry, and then send Eradicate toward the first berry he finds. That's what we're gonna do. Eventually we will expand this potentially to be smarter, but for now we just want Eradicate to be able to find himself some food And if he misses out, let's say he goes toward a bush and the player takes the berry that's on the bush, or another Raticate eats it, he'll just run this process again and he'll scamper off, find another berry. Hopefully, eventually he'll succeed. If not, he'll just be hungry forever. And, well, that sucks. But he'll look like he's a busy little Raticate doing little Raticate things. All right. So cool. So I think that's good for next time. I'm going to do some more research. I'm going to finish watching this video. Nope, not that one. This one, the thing about hitboxes and hurtboxes. And then maybe look into populating arrays. And figure out how to get Raticate to do that. And see if we need to use the entered command that Michael Games used for his hitbox and his hurtbox. Or if there's a better way that we could just kind of run a poll whenever Raticate is hungry, he does the sniff and sees if anything is in here, rather than permanently keeping track of any bush that has come inside his little sniff zone. Seems like it would be more efficient to not always be monitoring who enters and who leaves, only checking when you need to check. I don't know. Maybe I can't do it. I imagine you can. So yeah, I'll try to figure that out before next time. So next time is going to be Friday. And then going forward, that's probably going to be the thing. It's probably going to be like Tuesday and Friday, we're doing code stuff. Wednesday and Thursday, we're doing lore stuff. And then once the lore stuff's done, we'll get into Wednesday and Thursday will be art stuff. So yeah, anyway, thanks for hanging out, dudes. It's always a pleasure. This is fun, frustrating, but fun. And I hope you have a nice day. Take it easy. Bye.